Hello and welcome. Right, we are on the final 10, 11, 12, 10 bags. Good start, isn't it? Of the Ninjago Old Town. There's a poll running as per normal. Basically, which theme do you think produces the best minifigures? Harry Potter, Dreams, Lord of the Rings, and One Piece. So it's as easy as that. You get it in, and obviously, if you're watching this back on the replay, let us know what it is you think of that on the replay as well. Hopefully everybody's good. If you're building anything, of course, in the background, we have got the Lego website up and running. So you guys and girls can literally just let me know what it is you're building this weekend. And then we can have a look-see at the Lego website. Now, traditionally, what we always do at the start of the stream, before I start building anything, I wait for the notifications to go out. I'll check very quickly to make sure that there is nothing new added to the Lego website. Because, of course, they add stuff all the time, all over the weekend and everything else like that. But today is the day that this is the last opportunity. Oh, it's gone. Screw that. It's gone. I was about to say today's the day that this finishes. It says it's there up at the top, but it now says not currently available. So they finished it early. So again, this stream started very, very well. So you've got literally a Duplo cake left. That is all you can get yourself, which is a year and a half to 2 years. It comes with 9 big pieces. You do have to spend £35 or more. So it means that we are going to be getting a new wave of giveaway purchases then at some point. So yes, that is basically all we are going to be tucking into now. So I will drop this back down. You know the rules and regulations of this, or rules of engagement, should I say. You let me know what it is you're building. I'll plonk it up on the Lego website and we'll crack on. We have got through quite a lot of this already. So we've done very, very well with all of this. This was quite a lot of bags, actually, for this piece so far. Now, we are expecting this to go up. I'll show it off again, like I do with all of the other little bits and pieces, because there's tons and tons of detail. I've got bag 33 ready to go. We have got, well, rather than me tipping it over, there they all are. So we've got this beautiful thing just here. This is quite a big size, actually. So got a good size of this. This one was the smaller build, fair few bags, but it's a smaller segment. And then this bit is, well, you can now see from that angle how much of a curve this actually has. So how I am going to get this fitted in front of the roller coaster, I still don't know, but we will hopefully get this finished today, which would be nice and exciting. And then we will tuck into, obviously, the review and all the other little bits and pieces that comes along with this. And then we'll go from there. Everybody that's liked the video so far, thank you very much indeed. And of course, feel free to take part in the poll. If you are unsure, then just make it up. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, Harry Potter, Dreams, Lord of the Rings, or One Piece. Ooh, I don't know. That's gonna be a tough one for a lot of people, I think. So, Mark, good afternoon to you. Hopefully, you are okay and you were enjoying your gaming yesterday. So, let me just get this set up in the correct place, and we will get on with it. So yeah, we got about 4 hours to play with. I think we've got past 2, got 3, about 4 hours. So we should be okay. Be tight, because depending on how busy the chat and things get, it takes about 20 minutes, half an hour per bag. Then it kind of might go longer than 4 hours. So we'll see what it does. But we broke the back of this yesterday. Again, just packed full of all sorts of different detail on this. It's a really very, very nice looking set. So hopefully this should start to come together quite quickly, hopefully. So if I drop that there ever so slightly, you can kind of see what's going on. I've got the top of my head cut off, but you don't need to see that. But they have added in so many different layers of this that I think whatever I build next, if it's not a Ninjago set, I will just think it doesn't have enough detail on, because every single small piece does something, and then it just fills up very, very quickly with the bigger pieces, because obviously we talk about part usage in the sets from time to time and all of that kind of thing. But yeah, the Old Town is on your list. It really is very, very, I mean, look at the state of that. That is gorgeous. Now, again, because I showed it off yesterday, but everybody might be new today. You've got the door that opens up. So you've got all the bits and pieces on the inside. That looks really good. And then you have got the open flap as well, just on that bit. So there's a lot of going on with this, which is always good. So yeah, we'll play it by ear, see how it all comes about, and then hopefully we can get it nailed. But I finished my rewatch of series 1 of Ninjago again, of the Rising Dragons, last night. So I'll crack on with series 2 tonight, series 3 probably week after next. And then I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning and see what is what. But I now have Destiny's Bounties on the list now. Hang on. What booklet is that? Right. We will pause and help. We will pause and help. So Felicimo, I think your name is. What a fantastic name that is. Bag 23. That's on this one. Now, annoyingly, I don't think bag 23 is on the Lego website yet. Let me have a look, because that's why I'm doing it as I am. Because normally, let's have a look. This would have now been the perfect time for me to share the instructions with you, and we could have figured this out together. But I don't think the old 10. Let's have a look. So I'll get it up on the website and see. Right. So I should the Lego website's now up on your screen, but the third booklet isn't there, which doesn't help, does it? So I can't share that with you. What step and stage are you stuck on? Because obviously that's the smallest build. So the external building of this, it came together relatively quickly for me. But what page, in case you got a misprint, and I can have a look, because we can compare instruction booklets, because sometimes that does happen, depending on what factory and things that they've come from. So on bag 23, are the instructions wrong, or have I done something wrong? So that will be, what, a mistake from 22? Obviously, luckily it's a fresh build, isn't it? So I'm on the first part of bag 23. It's the square that you're meant to connect by the yellow brick with the red triangle. Hello, Mum. How are we? Filipino Mum is in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right, so I'm on the first bag. On the first bag, part bag 23. Let's get to that then, shall we? Let's have a look at number 23. Right, 23. On the first bag of 23, and it's the square that you're meant to connect by the yellow brick with the red triangle. Right at the very, very start of 23. Oh, when you're supposed to connect them together. So it's the overhang. That's the overhang, yeah? So it's this page that you're on. Oddly, how are we? I've been lurking, but playing the... that's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just trying to sort something out in the instructions. Well, if it's right at the very, very start, if it's on step 37, right. So if it's on step 37, if that's not, because you need, it'd be the overhang. So you need the overhang on the actual bit. So that's what, if you go back to page 13 and just see how much of an overhang that you've got, because the 6 stud just clips on, so it's all to do with the base. I'll show you on mine, but be careful because it's a modular roof. But that's what you're looking for. That's how it all comes together at the bottom. So at the end of the instructions, you've got this tan bit, and then obviously the next bit that you're making is this bit. This bit, and these are the 2 bits that clip together. Yeah, so the overhang, it's only on by 1 stud. So if you look at step 37, you've got that, or you've got the 6 stud brick. That is what connects this bit to it, but you've just got to make sure that you've left the space before. So either you've not left yourself enough space on the first 3 steps of the first 3 parts of step 37, or just have a quick look at step 36 and just make sure that this tan piece, you've left yourself the length, because that's where it connects to. So you need. It's really annoying that the instructions aren't on the website. Why this booklet isn't on there? So what you're looking for is that overhang at the edge. So as long as you've got the stud overhang. Little L, how are we? How are we? All good this end. Hopefully you are good. Oddly says, afternoon, Matt. Start again. Afternoon, morning. Been here looking for a little bit playing on his rock. We've got Filipino Mum saying, hi, everyone. Hi, Mum. Hey, Mum. Hi, Matt. We've got, you could say I was held on by a stud. Well, that's very true. It is supposed to be held on by a stud, actually. It's literally one stud, and then it overlaps on the top. So there's a lot of layering to this. But if you do get something ever so slightly wrong, it's a bit of a pig. But you might have the tan plate one way, one the wrong way. So you just might need to bring it out. Ah, that's it. So can you see it? Thanks a lot. I see what you mean. So so you might just have that bit of stud there. It might be tucked underneath the brick, which is, I did that later on in this piece, because you start to do it and you think, oh no, that won't be how it is. And then it's like, oh no, they've left it there purposely for something. So thought you might have been talking to me. Hello, Ryan. How are we? So yeah, so all of the detailing on this is absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got the beautiful tree on the side, got the door that opens up, and then you've got that bit that's open. But I've always got the Lego website up and running. I've got the instructions ready to go. But sod's law that when the Lego instructions were needed, they don't have them on the flipping website. So there we go. Just talking to myself as normal, Ryan. Yeah, just yeah. Oh yeah, it is so good. Obviously this is going to be a lot taller. So this thing here, I think it's 4 times taller than what this is at the moment. So this piece is the same bit that you did in the first booklet with a really nice archway, because obviously it's a matching archway, but then it just gets taller. So this is, I've got another 10 bags of height now. So this is the full size. I've got all 4 pieces built. So now I'm just going up. But yeah, it's amazing, because you do look at these pieces and go, oh, there might be a bit there that's off. There might be a bit there that's off. And yeah, before you know it, you just think, oh, is that actually in the right place? Is this in the right place? Because yeah, it's sod's law. It is so well put together. But you have got some overhangs and things involved in this as well. So yeah, you have got some overhangs. But I've actually just spotted a mistake that I've done now. So I am now off by a stud myself. Ooh, smashy. That's yeah, easily done. I want to get into the Ninjago show. Saw season 1. Do you think? To be fair, what I would do so you don't get any spoilers is do Rising Dragons, because it's current sets, and then go all the way back. Because you get the gist of what it is. It's just that you don't know the backstory of every single ninja, obviously. So that is the case with that. This has not gone well. Right. Where is that bit? Yes, the very, very last thing I did yesterday, I did it wrong. Fantastic. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's up for debate, Ryan. I mean, that is the thing. Oh, fantastic. Well, enjoy that. And little brick, hopefully everything is good with you. Now, the poll is obviously running in the background. So we have got, what is going on with this? 10 votes in already. I wonder why the laptop was wobbling, dangling off the end of the table. Harry Potter, Dreams, Lord of the Rings, and One Piece all getting votes in. So yeah, it's gonna be a very mixed opinion on that. So, which is always the point of these sort of polls. I just need last couple of steps of this tree. And then we should be okay. That is that bit. That is that bit. Right, that is the bit behind it with the L. And then that's underneath. It's not as drastic. It's not that drastic. So, okay. That bit is there. Yeah, as I was saying this yesterday, like if you do make one little mistake and you can't really spot it because it just looks like it's meant to be. It just looks like it's meant to be that way, which is really very, very impressive. No, where's this? No, that one. Right. I'm dribbling a little bit myself now. I've got 4 pieces that I just need to put back on. I'm just making sure they're all in the correct bit. Because that was the mistake last time. There we go. Okay. And then we've got something sits on that. What sits on that? This could potentially end in tears. Potential. That is nearly a schoolboy error. Put that on the wrong way. That one goes on that bit there. And then we have got that bit that goes on there. So you're not even going to spot the difference I've done. So I've just completely rebuilt the whole tree on the side. And all of this was off. There's a tiny little gap because, again, it's got the little overhang on the back. So if you look at it from the wrong bit, I think the blue lines are a little bit strong. I said this before. I think that's the thing. It just throws you off a little bit. Those blue lines are just a little bit strong. And yeah, it's very easily done. But now we should be absolutely plowing through, hopefully. Because that is the last bit that needs to go on. That's that bit. There's the long dong. That bit goes up on top. Right, we are good. We are good. So, oddly, good evening to you. Hopefully, everything's good. So, how did you get? I didn't catch any of your stream yesterday. I'm going to try and watch it on the replay later on this evening. How far did you get through? But yeah, with regards to the Rising Dragons, if you didn't want any spoilers, tuck it because the Rising Dragon episodes are shorter, and it seems to be obviously with all the new Lego sets that Lego are releasing, there's a lot of spoilers coming out for it. So, and because those sets are going to be in the limelight for a while, I think you're going to struggle to avoid any form of spoiler in that. So it's just going to be a case of what you think would be better. for yourself, to be fair. There's no harm in doing. Yeah, there's no harm at all in doing the Rising Dragons. If you've not seen it, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, nice. Well, I would watch the Rising Dragons because all the minifigures are current, and then just go all the way back. Because have you seen them all, oddly or not? Have you seen all of the seasons before? So obviously you've seen the pilot episodes and things and all that kind of thing. You're up to date with all of that. Tell you what, that was a fruity thing. There we go. Right, I can now actually start bag 33 because all the pieces now should be in the correct place. But yeah, because you've got so much going on with this, you could just do what I've just done and absolutely fluff it. Right, that's the bit that goes up on top. They're the two bits that go in front. Right, so we are now on page 152, step 208. Finally. Yeah, you got to take your time with it. You got to take your time with it. I still think that, like, so I'll show now what the problem is. So you've got to read with this, for example. This is a bit that will throw people off. Because you've got two studs on the show, and you're putting down a 4 stud, so you think that you've done something wrong the other end. You've got quite a thick blue line, and at first glance, where are we? We're on page 150. What's that? Step 208. 208. But yeah, there's a lot of detail that goes on it. A lot of detail. So 208, nearly there. So I'm on this bit just here. So you can see you've got the big blue line. You can see how you think this is floating in thin air. You're looking at 4 studs thinking you've done something wrong. But if you literally miss one bit, because you can see that the green thing underneath that stud needs to be put on, and then the big 4 brick goes over the top, you've got a huge overhang on that bit. And it just looks like it's not supposed to be overhanging, but it is. And then that's what you've got to be really careful of. So the blue, I think, is a little bit thick, and it's not the clearest, but as long as you kind of put the stuff in the right place to start with, because I was tripping over yesterday. It happens. Yeah, of course. Let's have a look. So bear with me. Good morning, afternoon, and evening to absolutely everybody. So we've got Americans in, we've got American, Filipino, and me and Ryan in the cold. Right. So so you want to have a look at so bellissimo. How you meant to connect the square? I think I put the tan thing on wrong. Yeah. So the tan thing that's the shape. So that's the tan that you've got on show, and then it goes on to there. It might be because you build it backwards and you've got to spin it around. So the good thing is that you can, because you've got the two, as long as you put the 2 triangles on correctly on step 9 and 10 of the first booklet, because that's the bit over the top of this that you can't see that on the base, but can you see on the base? Yes. So this bit here is actually 2 separate bits. So as long as those are in, but there's potential that bit might be the wrong way, because that's where you need that overhang. So where you've got what you need to have is the pins need to be on your left hand side. So you need it that way. So the pins are sticking out this way, and then you've got the bit going through. So yeah, as you're coming over, probably the key step for that will be all the way back on step 14, page 6, because that's the that looks like it's easiest thing to see. So I think that might be the problem. So if you go all the way back to that page, that's your triangle, and that's just where you first attach it. And what you might have done is you might have gone in one stud the wrong way, or you flipped it in a bit. So that would be that's the key. So that's the easiest step to look at. Just look at step 14 on page 6, and then just see what yours looks like to that. You won't have much to take off because it's all on show, because all the other bits get built on the other bit. So just have a look at that tan bit. If you can just take the tan bit off and spin it, you should be good. My triangle looks like the tan bit. Which let me go back to this base. Nadine, good afternoon to you. So yeah, that's the base. That's if I built it right, but it's gone together. So that's what the bottom of mine looks like. Yeah, it looks like you didn't write until page 37. 37. Okay. Oh, step 37, sorry. Or page 37. Yeah, it'd be step 37. Yeah, so if that's the case, then it might, because don't forget, you've got to flip the thing around, haven't you, at the very, very start. So I would just double check, just for your mental well-being, just check step 14, page 6, because that's where the piece gets added. Hey, there we go. As long as you got it, good. There we go. Happy days. Happy days. I said there's music and birds flying off in the background. Ryan is playing with his Willy Wonka and all sorts of stuff's going on. So good evening, morning, and afternoon to Shivo. Yeah, Oddly, again, welcome. In the background playing games, I think. Wait, how are you meant to put the square on? Looks like I got it. Well, there we go. As long as you've got it, I think you might. If you haven't got it, then don't worry, we can go back. But yeah, I would just go back to that step. That's the easiest thing to do. Just go all the way back to, well, it's not very far, so you're all right. But page 6, step 14, have a look, see. And then because nothing goes on top of it really. It's only one or two pieces. So you're very, very lucky. It's just that bit. So yeah, just have a quick look at that and then see. But this instruction booklet's right beside me, so I can easily grab that if required. So that's not a problem at all. And we will figure it out. So have you got this, Nadine? Have you picked up this set? Have you got any of the Ninjago bits and pieces? See, it's quite a cool thing. Roll guards will be yes, they are. That's it. Well, yeah, they will do their very best to protect this attic, I think. No, have you sorted it though? Are you there, Bellissimo? That's it. They're just surrounding the area. They're just looking after the Ninjago stuff. And we're joking around about the sound brick. We're thinking, could you imagine if it actually all came to life, like small soldiers, and then they end up actually fighting each other up in here? So you've got all the actual Ninjago villains attacking each other and all that kind of thing. I could just see that happening at some point. That'd be where the technology is going to end up. No, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Brick separator. There is. Makes life a lot easier. Right. We have 1, 2, 3. No, by the looks of it, not at the moment. I don't understand that. I don't know why America is and Canada isn't. It's either going to be distribution or it's people just being used for guinea pigs at the moment. And the big question is, and we were saying this yesterday, are they going to further their distribution before Pokemon comes out? because I think some people are going to be a bit annoyed if they can't get it. It is obviously a completely sub line, though, isn't it? So it's not. They've done a smart thing with the Star Wars because they've already done those sets. So if you just wanted the sound chips and all that sort of stuff, you might be able to pick them up ish. But when it comes to Pokemon, so I know that potentially the sound stuff isn't coming out until later on in the year, but will they have it in situ or not? But no, as it stands at the moment, it is only going to be available in 6 countries around the world. And it's not even available in Denmark as well, by the way. So, you know, the home of the brick aren't actually getting the smart bricks either, which is interesting because what is it? You've got France, Germany, UK, USA, Australia, and somewhere else, I think. Yeah, so I don't know how annoyed people are going to be about that, but I think what some people can't quite understand is they did this huge press event and they didn't actually say in the press event that was it. That information came out a little bit later. So I would imagine it's just going to be a staggered thing. So they're just going to take their time to get it. It's not like it's not going to come to the country. They're just going to get because obviously it's a brand new thing, which they're obviously doing from scratch. So you would potentially think it's going to be just down to distribution, and maybe they've obviously done the research. They know what they're doing, don't they? They're not daft. So, but people are guessing it's going to be forever. It might be 2 years. People were saying about it yesterday. Some people love it, some people don't. It just depends on if the people are willing to pay for the people it's meant for. I think that's the conclusion we came down to yesterday. And this is all the detailing that you're putting on the roof. Absolutely stunning. Stunning. So when are you hoping to pick up this set? Because I saw, obviously, I replied back to your comment earlier, and I think you're doing the right thing prioritizing this over the bakery, because this thing really is very, very smart indeed. But yeah, tons and tons of details on this. It does look very, 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 very smart indeed. So I'm hoping Bellissimo has got it all sorted now, so that'll be great. And then can carry on with it and have a bit of fun. But yeah, it just takes one bit to get in the wrong place, because you can see how now the top of this is just getting full of all of the petals, but there's more to come up. So if I put one of these petals in the wrong place, it's going to bite me in a little while. And just something like this, look, there's 10 different pieces on this start to level up. So yeah, you've got a lot of layering, but that's what they do with all their water stuff, isn't it, on the bigger sets as well. So that's why they always they really do look very, very good with all of those bits. So, which is nice. That goes underneath, that goes on top. All right, there we go. Yeah, we've got this huge overhang with a platform. I do like the rock face that they put on the front of that. I think that does very, very smart. So you're not fussed about those sets either, oddly, then, because after the announcement of it not coming out in certain countries, it went very quiet. It's gone very, very quiet about it with regards to just anybody else talking about it, because there was so much tech at that event that obviously it was linked in like the top 10 surprises of things. So it's got massive, massive publicity, but obviously it's got publicity from like non-Lego-y people as well. So I don't think all the facts and figures were coming out straight away. Now they are. So, but I said this yesterday, the amount of detail that you're putting on the front and then go to the back side of this as well. Because when this goes as a straight line, I don't know if some of it's inside out or if it's the correct way, but I'm now on step 221 on page 161. So we are now starting to get going, which is good. What we got on that one? So that one goes up on that one. That's just a random bit that floats. Poll-wise. So everybody that's liked the video so far, thank you very much indeed. I think that's the quickest it's ever got to 10. So that's always good fun. We are also doing the vault. So 15 votes in on that. 33% at the moment for One Piece. It's close for that because the minifigures from Dreams and One Piece are amazing. Especially the One Piece characters. I think you've got the Going Merry, which, because I'm not, it's annoying. I don't think I can do a One Piece Ninjago crossover, otherwise I would, because I really very much liked this. I think this was an amazing thing. So having a floating fish restaurant, that kind of could just be the restaurant in my theme park. So it doesn't really need to be One Piece, does it? And I could just actually have the One Piece characters on the back side of it, and then have the Ninjago people in front. So I could potentially, because it's a restaurant, get away with it. And then you've got the Going Merry. Oh, here we go. You've got the Going Merry, which was in a really good sale. It was £25 knocked off. But the nice thing is with this one is you do get the solid crew. You get every single character that is needed for that ship. And I don't know what this would look beside like the Destiny's Bounty. But it does look smart. It's got to be close. Maybe not as long, but it's got a lot of detail. It has got a lot of detail on it. So I can see why people are voting for these, because like the prints and everything are fantastic with all of these. And again, with the just looking at these two sort of big sets, you've got all the other people that are needed in this. You've basically got everybody else. I do love that sort of beard piece. I think that looks great. And then you've got the other characters. You've got that one in both outfits. Got these two. So yeah, I can see why. I can see why that's doing very, very well. But no, I just need to think, can I use that in my... I just don't know if that. I don't know if that restaurant will work. I don't know. So if I can use the floating fish restaurant and put it in with the Ninjago stuff as a restaurant to the roller coaster, mind, there's potential. But then I don't know if there's more space needed for another Ninjago set. So, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Right. 15 votes in on that. I think Bellissimo is good. Nadine says love the set. I think everything's working okay. I think we're good. So, yeah, I think we're all right. I don't know if we're having problems with the sound yesterday or what, but no, if everybody's just ticking over in the background, building bits and pieces, and they're just hovering away, fantastic. That's all right. Yeah, you got... See, this is what Ninjago do very, very well with their sets. They do all the layering with all of the watering. So sometimes you put black underneath and then you get like a different coloured texture, which is what they've done with all of those sets behind the computer. But no, these are really very, very good indeed. Now, if you have just jumped on, let us know what it is you are going to be building. Well, now, what you have been building this weekend. I can get that back up on the Lego website. Of course, if you're unsure of the minifigure poll, I can get up some of the sets so you can see what they look like as well. Basically, any excuse I can have to stop building, I'll do it. So I will do that, no problem whatsoever. And Shibo, if you're still lurking in the background, what is it you got from the Lego store yesterday? Because you had to shoot off to the Lego store, and you haven't said anything. So I want to know. We need to know what haul did you pick up yesterday? But we are now on step 288. So this is starting to starting to go okay. Yeah. That way. Hope I've actually put it on the right way. There we go. But no, there is lots and lots of small bits mixed in with the larger bits. You do have to keep turning this round quite a lot as well. So if you you make a mistake, it catches you out. Where is that supposed to go? One Piece looks great. Yes, I agree with that. One Piece does look great indeed. I think the minifigures from that are very, very smart. I said, the second I saw the show, obviously it's a Netflix show. I didn't expect to like it, and I really did. And the actual boat, I thought, does look really very, very smart. But the Going Merry works very well. But I just don't know if I've got space within it, because the option I've got is I have the Going Merry and the Black Pearl across the back with the Ninjago stuff. But I don't know whether to just go all in for just the Ninjago and keep it in the Ninjago theme, or try and sort of add bits in, because they do go on so many different realm adventures, as you guys and girls will figure out when you're watching it, that I don't know if it would spoil the display or add to it. And what I don't want to do is get something and go, oh, it doesn't work, and then not get it. Or oh, grocery store. Ah, Shibo. I thought you were going out to the Lego store. Oh, well, that's a massive disappointment. That is shocking. Shocking. Do you get yourself anything nice though? Well, I was after the car. Has this got a removable? Ooh, that's cheeky. Right. So what this has got, very clever, is look at that. So it's completely enclosed, completely. But then, like I said, you can open up its little flappy door, which is smart. You can then also open up the door, but now you can even take the roof off. How amazing is that? That just slots in there. Thanks very much. And you would never, ever know by looking at that that's what that looks like. That's ridiculous. Yes, I think it'd be easy if you open up the door first, took that bit off. That way you can get your hands in, minifigures in. So obviously it's not modular, but there's a lot of stud space in this that you can do different bits and pieces. Sorry, I cut you and myself off. So I was doing a bit of silly research yesterday. It started off with the temples, and I am thinking of doing a full-blown temple town. Now, Shibo is to blame for what is about to come up on the screen, because after that, I was then doing research to the bounties, and I've got the movie, the Lego movie bounty, but there is two. Please come up. Yes, I'll do that just in case. There is two from the Rising Dragon show. One of them's out currently, which is the Temple Bounty. So this is a must. I'm going to get this one. And then I was looking at the others going, do I have all the bounties flying around over the Ninjago bit? Because they've got all the villains with it and everything else. We know that a land bounty is coming out this year. So I'm assuming it's going to be a legacy line of this, because this isn't under the legacy. This is the original land bounty that came out. So I think this is going to be a redo. There's a land bounty in the Rising Dragons, but pass. But this is great. I've got this one that looks good. And then I was thinking, well, actually, I could just go all in on these, because I really want this one. Because I think the minifigures of this are great. And it's the only set, I do believe, that Ryu comes in it. And basically, Ryu is the equivalent of the little green thing in Mandalorian. So I can't remember what his name is. The child, that's what it is. The child in Mandalorian. They've kind of basically done that with the little dinosaur. It's like, you got me on that. Because what I recognise in the Rising Dragons, from an adult perspective, I say adult, a big kid, that I recognise all of the other stories that have been told with regards to, they've got that idea from that show, they're doing that from that show. That's very similar to Mortal Kombat, Marvel, Star Wars is putting that one in, yada, 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 yada. So the big bounty. So there's a Race Against Time bounty, which is that's from series 1. That's from series 1. So it's this one. So this has been and gone. This came out at the same time as the Market, which in the show is called the Crossroads. And then this one is retiring in next 5 months. But supposedly everybody says this is the best one that they've ever done. From a display perspective, it looks fantastic. So this is on the list regardless. I'm going to be getting this one. I'm going to have this in the water with my movie one. But then I don't know, do I start making up dioramas with all the others and have them all flying around? Because I could do a direct comparison every single year of the bounties, but some of them are just smaller, some of them are bigger. So I'm not 100% sure, and I'm not 100% sure of the temples either. But I might be going quite heavy into Ninjago. I think might be the way. Both Shibo is what I'm thinking. That's the thing. You think your instructions are wrong? What step are you stuck on? What bit? So what bit did you do? And we can have a look. Because that triangular piece, if you're just putting it in the wrong way, I can show you in a second what mine. Let me know what step it is you want to look at, and you can compare it to my booklet so you can see it. Just go page 17. What's that? Yeah. I really wish I could share the PDF. This would have been so much easier, but because that's page 16. So as long as you're giving yourself overhang and you've got the gap, you should be good. Oh, step 17. That'll explain it. Oh, where it connects again. So that's... There you go. Have a look at that. Have a look at that. Just make sure they match up. Because just think of where the arrows are going, and just think of the overhangs and everything that are on the sets as well. And then that's 6. That's the steps before it. Yeah. So if it matches up, then it should be okay. You literally might be off by a stud. That's hence the name of this channel, because I always do something off ever so slightly. So just count the studs up. And what I found with some of these was I was counting the blue line around it as a stud, because it looked like there should have been overhang and there wasn't. So yeah, some of the stuff I fluffed up on, but I think I got that bit together okay. So it should go together. It should line up and should match up. But yes, Shuba, I'm thinking of getting the new one. So the current one, but I do like the other one as well, because I think it's the first one that I saw from the new show, and it kind of caught my eye. But that been out a long time, because that came out, the other bounty was 2.5 years ago. So they've done a lot of them, but I do think it's been going for loads of years now. So it's just getting everything to, and if it's if it's worth it or not. I think that's the other. I think that's the other thing. So I would want to keep them built. I wouldn't want to break them up. But the bounty is like the main bit of the show. But the only thing is that sometimes they do the bounties. They're in it for 2 minutes. So I don't know. So are you on the fence with any more of the sets, Shibo? Or are you just going to be waiting? You're just going to wait and see what happens. Colours on this are beautiful. It is that is going. You know, it's not at the end of the year. It goes in 5 months. So yeah, the bounty that's out at the moment, if you want it, it's on the chopping block. It's already been announced. So they are ruthless with them because they just spit so many of them out. So because there's supposedly, going by the list, it says a land bounty, which is the thing that I've just shown off. But I'm assuming it's going to be under the legacy line, because the Ninjago legacy is redos of all the original sets. And the Rising Dragon is the current series. So they're always now going to be doing 2 waves. You've got Ninjago Legacy, which is just redos of older sets. That's why I can't quite understand, if the last 15th anniversary is what it's supposed to be, that's already been redone twice. So they shouldn't have done that. They should have just done something else, because it's still technically under the legacy line for the 15th anniversary. Is this completely hidden? Oh no, I was going to say, am I hiding all of this? No. I don't want to be hiding all that detail. That looks beautiful. More and more going on top of that roof. Think of all the minifigures you can just have stood up, chilling out on that. That looks really very, very smart indeed. Probably the original Ninjago City from the movie, I would say. I'm looking at it right now, and it's just amazing, because it's the first ever set that I ever saw that had the water to connect to the docks. So you could get 2 of them and put the boats and everything going through. And it's probably got one of the better instruction booklets I've ever seen as well. Loads of bits and pieces from the actual movie. But yeah, the big Ninjago City modular is probably my my favourite one. This one has made up for the workshop. I didn't think much of the workshop, which is a little bit of a shame. But that sort of did come out of nowhere, didn't it? That workshop. You think, where has that come from? Now, can I find it? Can I find the sticker sheets? No. Behind the laptop. Got him. I've got him. What about you, Bellissimo? What's your favourite? And of course, anybody else that's a Ninjago fan, what's your favourite Ninjago build? What is it? So we've got two stickers for 37. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there is a mistake in the instruction booklet. I will share. I think there is. Hang on. See what you guys and girls make of this. I think they just put the number in wrong for the stickers, to be honest. Right, so we are on, obviously, booklet number 4, which is this bit. Right, so we are all the way on now to step 240. So what step was this? Right, so 240, look what it's asking me to do. So we have got clearly 4 tiles going on that, yeah? So you have got 1 sticker on the one sticker on the other. But it's asking for 2 and 2. But I've got sticker 36, 37, 38, 39. Sorry, yeah. So I've got 2 38s, but I've only got 1 37. Oh, that's exciting. I thought I'd share that with you just in case. We saw it on the retiring list for Ninjago stuff the other day. So you got that and the big temple. So yeah, those 2 sets are supposed to be gone. I'll double check in the stream, but that is supposed to be the thing. Oh, the Temple of Ejitsu is beautiful. That's on my list for this year. That is, I want that one and the temple that's currently out, and then I'll start thinking about the older temples. You think you prefer the land bounty? Oh, well, they've only done 1 land bounty, haven't they? Yeah, because they've only done the 1, because that's supposed to be coming out this year. So if they're going to redo the land bounty, then that'd be good for you, or bad for you, depending on your wallet, obviously. But yeah, there's some nice things. But no, Temple of Ejitsu is on. That is literally like pinnacle for me. That is the one that I do really, really, very much would like. I think it looks stunning. Yeah, I think it does look very, very good. But it's just finding one that isn't a huge amount of money. That's the only thing. But no, the bounty that's out currently, the one that is going to be retiring at the moment. So let me get these other 2 stickers on, and then we'll have a look. We will then have a quick look. Thank you. Right, so we have got for the temples that we were looking at the other day. We'll go to that. Is that'll be good. That can go away. So for the temple, that is, I want this one this year. I want this one this year because it is absolutely stunning. It's just finding one at the right price. But no, I think it looks really very pretty, but because I think this one will actually work quite well with this one, either end of a table with a water in the middle, because you've got water on water. So this is retiring this year. It's the Mortal Kombat arena from the Rising Dragon show with but it's bigger than the Ninjago docks. It's a base plate and 3/4 is what that one is. And then for the actual bounty, this the Temple Bounty, I think, it looks amazing. Obviously, it's a big build as well, 2,300 odd pieces. You've got all of the other temples underneath, which I'm very, very tempted over a period of time, maybe to back order and sort of try and hunt down. But no, the Land Bounty, they've only done one. So they did all different weird and wonderful ones. You've got the Hydro, you've got the Final Flight. This thing's worth a fortune for whatever reason. You've got a redo of this one, I think. That's the Rising Dragons one. And then, yeah, you've got some good choices. You have got some good choices. But it's just picking them up at the right time, isn't it? You've got to pick up at the right time. Got to watch out for scams as well. Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to be careful. Because if it's too cheap, you know it's fake. But no, that one completely slipped the radar for me. Completely slipped. I didn't even see it. Because I've got the city, docks, gardens, market, workshop all across. And I've got the movie bounty. And putting the 15th anniversary stuff together is basically what's triggered me off to go, oh, actually, these builds are really... They're not as tall, but you get lots of pieces and they're really nice. I was like, oh, actually, maybe I'll look into going for those. But yeah, the actual the temple, that one and the bounty is supposed to be going halfway through the year. It was on Brick Fanatics website, so I don't know because it's supposed to be going, Bellissimo. So it's in a sale at the moment. It's £20 off in Smiths, but it's not going to. The problem is with what Lego's done. Not that it's a problem because obviously it's their own company, but it's not going to go on sale on the Lego website because it's not going to hit Insides Week. So let me find it. The Brick Fanatics, yeah. Tiring Lego sets. If it will load, just loading something up in the background. Because Willy Wonka's been added to the list. Right, here we go. So Brick Fanatics, fantastic website. They're obviously affiliated with the Lego Group as well, because they're Gully. So big shout out to Brick Fanatics website. We do not want that. Thank you very much. So yeah, for Ninjago, every set retiring. Obviously, we are looking at 2026, and these are the ones that are on the list. So in July, you've got the Temple Bounty, Thunderfang of Chaos, and you've got the mechs. And then in December, you've got all of the others that are on there. So they've just put the spinners and things on. It does chop and change. You've got the Arc Dragon of Focus. Thunderfang's been added twice by mistake. So the tournament temple, the tournament Temple City isn't retiring until the end of the year. Because that is this one. So this one, the temple, might actually go into a sale. But the bounty, which is the one that Shibo's after, if he's thinking of getting it, it is there on the list, the Temple Bounty, and it is retiring in July. So that will not hit a sale, but the Temple City might. So there's games to be played with Ninjago stuff this year because you've got all the new Legacy stuff coming out. You've got all of the Rising Dragon stuff from Series 4, because obviously there's going to be churning all those bits and pieces out from the TV show as well. And then, yeah, it's just getting the stuff that you really like the look of. I have not built any of the One Piece stuff. No. I would like to, because I think they're really nice builds. But I just do not know if I can justify... Well, I don't know if it would add or take away to the display. That's the thing. That's the one thing I'm not 100% sure of and not 100% sold on. So yeah, it's I'm sure it's fine. I could do it, but I'm not. I don't know. It's annoying. It is annoying because I do not know. All right, are those two supposed to be somewhere? No, not. No, I think we are good. Yeah, I've got a couple of spare bits. Not a huge amount, but you kind of think to yourself, where are they supposed to go? And then you look at this and go, oh, just there. Ah, what a moron. Oh, definitely a moron. I think that is supposed to. Oh, I missed quite a big piece to take all these off. What an idiot. Missed all of it. What a pleb. One. That bit goes there. That's two. It's a big bit as well. Three. Useless. Absolutely useless. Do not know what I'm doing at all. Oh, it's yes. Yeah, I do like the look. I do like the look of that. But like I said, I just do not know if that will work with the Ninjago stuff. Because if it's not going to work, then I can't. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know, because if I can use it as a floating restaurant for like the Ninjago boat, for example, and tell a story with it, because I've got a theme park set up, so everything I do is all theme park related. So I kind of think, oh, how would Legoland do it, and all that kind of thing. And yeah, it's just I don't know if I can utilize it, make it work, or not. So I'm sure it would work with it, because I do come across plenty of pirate bounties and all that kind of stuff from time to time. But the Going Merry might be a better option potentially for bits, but we'll just have to see what the future holds. Yeah, I think it would. I think it would work well. I've got the big red roller coaster behind as well, so it could potentially work well nicely. Yeah. Well, it's a random thing. What have you got a project underway? What are you cooking up? There's got to be something on the back burner that you're thinking of. That's got to go there. You got to be cooking something up. Yeah, I think the red would work. I think the red would work nice. It's a good price. It's a big set, isn't it? So, because there is supposed to be more coming out this year, I think. So it wouldn't surprise me if they wouldn't be hanging around for too long. But that's what I've got. That's what I've got to think of. So I'd be more. So I am being much more selective with the stuff that I'm going to be getting this year. But it's just what I can add to the if it adds to the display, I'll pick it up. If it doesn't, okay. Well, anything I can help you with, you just let me know, Audley. Not a bother. I can help you however I can. And if that is either advice or my voice, whatever you need, just let me know. That is absolutely fine. Right, we're on bag number 34. So still ticking over and plodding on that. No, happy to help. No drama. No drama. But no, it's definitely a big old community. There's another. Oh, it's I thought I've already got this character, but I've got the same headpiece, but just a different. He's undercover time team, isn't he? There you go. So if you're going way back when to series 1, is it series 1 flashback? It's with the. I don't give too much away for Shibo, but I think it's a flashback. I can't remember if it's series 1 or it goes all the way back to the beginning, because that's why the parents are in the 15th anniversary, aren't they? Good afternoon, Mr. Lego King. How are we? How did your TV go yesterday? Did you actually get your stand built, or did it all go wrong? One Piece was the vote. Yeah, I said the votes are coming in, so I think the One Piece minifigures are beautiful. 18 votes in at the moment. You're just ticking over. So 33% for One Piece, 28% for Potter. Dreams is at 22, and the only time John is not here, because he says no matter what I do for Lord of the Rings, it's always going to win. You can tell him, because I know there's a lot of you that know him. You can let him know that currently Lord of the Rings is losing a poll. So we'll have to pass the message on. He'll never believe us, but you can take a screenshot of that and send it to him. Went well. That's all right then. That's all right then. But no, I would, to be fair, with the One Piece things, I would actually like something One Piece related in here. It would either be the Going Merry, or it would be the fish restaurant. Because out the two, I think the restaurant looks more theme parky. Because obviously you've got to try and think where I'm coming from with the little bits and pieces. Well, let him know. Let him know if you're going to see him, then you can literally let him know now that I've put something in that relates to Lord of the Rings. He is convinced that everybody just votes for Lord of the Rings, and you can let him know that it is losing. And not only is it losing, it's losing very, very well. And it's losing quite an important thing, because John hates minifigures. So he can, because I would have thought with the figures that come with the Lord of the Rings stuff, people might like that more. But the Lord of the Rings crew hasn't turned up yet, because yesterday we had the Harry Potter crew try and save the Harry Potter IP, and it didn't quite work. So that was officially the one that needs to be replaced. Yeah, the Going Merry ship is fantastic. But because I've got this big area, because what I could do, I've got this huge Ninjago city, and I'm going to use that as a backdrop and fill it with minifigures. So I could put bigger ships in front of it, and then obviously when I want to see it or do the live stream, I can just move a ship so you guys and girls can see you can see it. But I want the Black Pearl because it's just a cool looking thing, and obviously it's Pirates of the Caribbean, so I enjoyed that film. That'd be a representation for that, because I've got different boats going around an ocean, and it just happens to be that they go into the Ninjago city. It still tells a story from a theme park perspective, but the floating restaurant could just be anywhere, because my original plan for that floating restaurant was to have a raised bridge as a footpath and actually have people physically walk to it when they got off the roller coaster ride. So that was a plan at one point, but Yeah, it's just everything, isn't it? He made John a mod. I bet John was well happy with that. Was he just blocking everybody? Did he abuse the power? Did he start to abuse the power? Oh, that's funny. That is funny. So yeah, Lego King says, "I like the ship." Oh, it's all right, bless him. You'll get it. You'll get there. You'll get there. It's got to be either the arrows or it's got to be the. You might just be best off taking that bit off completely, or it might be right because that's how it looks like on the front. So that's the bit that you're doing. It's that one there. So I'll leave that up on the screen. Just have a look on that. Oh, wait, we got to wait. This one's been doubting. There's doubting going on. I'm hoping. This I'm multitasking now. I'm technically doing 4 things at the same time. I'm reading the chat, holding this, looking at the instructions while building. Well, it doesn't matter. You figured it out. It's all that matters. As long as you've got it and you're there, it's schoolboy error. So it's absolutely fine. It happens from time to time. I am known for that, hence the name of the channel. And that is why I am literally always off by a stud. I literally do things. Oops, never mind. I told you those blue lines were confusing. You just had to spin it round and have a look-see. As long as you've done it, you are now living the dream. So you can now enjoy it now and plod on. At least you've rebuilt it. No, very true. No, that's it. Yeah. Well, I'm sure he was having a lovely time just blocking everybody. I'm sure that's what he was doing. Goes on a power trip. Yeah, having a fantastic time with everything. But yeah, you can pass the message on. Let him know that Lord of the Rings is losing badly. Badly. Up until this point, anyway. Because, yeah. I'm a big fan of the card game. One Piece has had the pre-release on cards managed worth 1,005. Ouch. If you pull them all from the box where the OP13 means... right, okay. Yeah, the cards have a lot of value, don't they? The cards have a lot of value. But no, I do like the actual One Piece on Netflix. I thought was extremely surprisingly good. But yeah, I'm still just don't know if it will add or take away. I think it should add. It should add to it, really. Just the 2 sets rather than all of them. I think the yeah. Because it's a shame, because if I was skilled enough, what I would like to do is build the fishing store, the One Piece fishing store inside the red roller coaster, because there's so much space on the inside of that red roller coaster, but I don't think it would fit. And obviously the red roller coaster is going to be full of dragons and things anyway. So I could put a 15th anniversary set in there, and it's just all in there. Ultrabricks, good afternoon. How are we? Hopefully we are living the dream. I'm making some fancy patterns, Ultrabricks. I'm sure you're thrilled with the patterns that I'm currently making. But yeah, hopefully you are good. I've mixed up my layers. I've got different colours on again, and I've got 2 pairs of tracksuit bottoms on, just in case. Actually, the question is, oddly, do you prefer the original music or the Rising Dragons music? Because I think the Rising Dragons music is actually quite good. Because obviously, in case people don't realise, every single series of Ninjago, it's slightly done differently with the same words, there or thereabouts. And then with the Rising Dragons, complete redo. It's a complete change. I want to build Lego. Oh, hang on. I want to build my parents' house in Lego as a modular and give it to them. I want to get some. Because my old man, it's the same colour. He's gone yellow, is he? That's not a very good thing. But no, you obviously got the CMF Simpsons minifigures if you wanted to try and pick up any of those. Yeah, seriously, look, I'm not kidding. Look, I've got a pair of trousers on with a pair of trousers on. So I've gone double layered, and then underneath that I've got a pair of shorts. It's bad. I've got two hoods, so I could go hood on hood as well. My neck is lovely and toasty though. See, I'm all nice and snug. But at least I look like an astronaut today, so it's all right. I've double wrapped it. Yeah, exactly. That's it. No mistakes. No mistakes. That's what we want. But yeah, more detail going in on that one. And it continues, which is very, 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 very good. Oh, amazing. Well, there you go. Then if you can make up the different bits and pieces with the Simpsons stuff, it's worth doing. I've got the CMFs. What I did see, well, it's Jay's Toy Collection did a really nice display with the London bus. And what he did, he put all the Simpsons characters in the London bus driving to the Krusty Burger, which I thought was a good call. Because obviously when you've got CMFs, you kind of want them on display, but if you don't know how to display them, then you might as well add them in something. And as it's an open double-decker bus, you can just have them hanging on, doing whatever it is that you want to do. And yeah, I thought that was a really effective way of doing doing that. I thought it was a really good idea. We won't tell him it was a good idea, but it was a good idea. We don't want to encourage him too much. All right, because I haven't spoiled this for myself. I'm just spoiling it for everybody else. I do not know what any of these bits are until it comes together. But because this is a hybrid of Series 4, mixed in with 15th anniversary Easter eggs, you're not actually going to know what it is until either you see the show or if you know what they are from the actual original show. But yes. So again, if you're building anything, let us know. Clearly, there's a lot of One Piece fans in today, which is always a nice thing. But no, I think I am going to have to... my plan of attack is to get the current bounty next for this Ninjago sort of build series. See what that looks like on display. I do want the other bounty from Rising Dragon, so I might have that up high flying around because I like the cast and crew from it. And then once all of this goes in, once this goes in with that thing and this is actually being built up, because don't forget you've got the longer length on it with all these on the stand, haven't you? So you've got seven stands, and luckily this has 3 of them in. I'll just have to figure out how much space that takes up, and then I'll know then for the restaurant, because if the restaurant just doesn't fit, then I just know it's going to be a non-starter. In my head, I'm kind of thinking it's not going to work, so I've not really thought about it. I really want the Imperial cheese. Which one? The Superstar or the Imperial Star? There we go. Yeah. To be honest, I have had the Imperial Star Destroyer. It falls apart a lot, so I actually sold it. I've got down there. I have got the. I don't know if you can see it. The other one. So, see it? I got the huge long thing just underneath the table. So that is much, much, much more sturdy. The Imperial Star, if you just left it and didn't breathe on it, it's absolutely fine, but you can't move it to save your life. You really can, because you've got a piece at the top where you've got to take off as a hook, and you're supposed to grab it by that. but all of the panels, what I ended up having to do for mine to stop it from falling apart is I got a load of 1x2. They've done it on this basically. So where you've got all the studs on show, they then put a load of tiles over the top to pin everything together. Whereas on the Star Destroyer, it's all naked studs. So you literally breathe on it and it all pings off. But if you look at anybody's review, because obviously it's an older thing, they are supposed to be, now this is just rumors, so a rumor. They are supposed to be redoing the Super Star Destroyer this year, because this year Sail Barge is retiring, the Falcon's retiring, and that Long Cheese is retiring. So you might get yourself a new one, but it's the Superstar, not the Imperial. And that would be a really good build, because that build was actually really good and it's super sturdy. Now I've moved that around loads and it hasn't fallen apart at all. You try and touch the 8080 and it falls apart. That big slice up at the top, you can hold that like a pizza and it stays together really well. So the newer Star Wars sets, they're a lot more sturdy now. If anyone here is planning on getting the Shopping Street modular, you'll be up for a treat. Oh, he's on bag 5. Shibo is on bag 5. Well, yeah, let's flop it up, shall we? Let me get that ready. So seeing this in person really was a very, very beautiful thing. So this is what Shibo is going on about at the moment. Shibo is going on about the Shopping Street. Everybody that's liked the video so far, guys, thank you very much indeed, because, well, YouTube likes that sort of thing. Feel free to take part in the poll as well. But yeah, this in person is beautiful and the colors are great. It's bizarre. So yeah, it's one of those. It was in the window and every single person was looking at it going, I didn't think it was going to look like that. And it does. I think it's actually been selling well in store. I think this will go on back order on the next double points. So I think people will, next double points after this one, was obviously everybody spent all the money on the Creel House. But she is enjoying it. So he's having a lovely time putting that together, which is fantastic. I'm building the Strange Things brickheads. You can't go wrong with the Series 1 or Series 5. Which one is it? There's a few of them out, isn't there, for the Stranger Things? But yeah, there's a lot of sets retiring for Star Wars this year, and I think they're going to be chopping and changing. Yeah, so you've got this one or this one. So both of those look very, very good. Obviously you've got the Creel House and the Upside Down House, and then for UCS. A quick look at these. I've got the screen up. So as it stands right now, that's retiring, and that's retiring this year. So it's not going to leave any big things about. So they're going to have to. They might, he says, do a long ship again, and it will be the Superstar Destroyer. It'll have to be. There's been rumors about it for ages. That's the Imperial Star Destroyer. That's the one. Honestly, box artwork, gorgeous. You have got really very nice instruction booklets. The UCS stuff, and I see John's just jumped in. I think John will agree. If John's built a load of these. The one thing that Star Wars do very well is they do really nice booklets. But this, honestly, unless you are literally going to build it and not touch it, it really falls apart. Like trying to get it on the stand, it just wants to break. You can see all the studs that are on show. It's the stuff that people don't tell you about when they review it. This bit always falls off because this bit pops off. Who is it? Brixie. So Brixie did a top 10 big UCS sets. And he even said, oh, and this one is coming in at blah, 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 after I've had to rebuild it from moving it, and showed you how to move it. And what he did is that he showed you how to try and move this one with the new one. The new one you can throw about. This one you can't do anything with at all. So at least they've learned from doing it differently. So yeah, this slice of cheese, the back looks brilliant though. The engines are massive. Again, the photos aren't very good, but it really is a big, big, big back end. But I have seen the Superstar Destroyer in person as well at Legoland Malaysia at their Legoland store, and they had all of the UCS sets in the York Village. And this was only a year after, 2 years ago I did this, at end of 2024, or sorry, mid of 2024. And seeing them in person, fantastic, fantastic things. The Big Cheese says oddly. We are looking at. Oh, you don't want the UCS one? Ah. Oh, well, there you go. Then you have to worry about it then. Ignore everything I've just said. So don't worry about that. The big set I have built is the Captain. Oh, that's a fantastic looking thing. I think again, John agrees that the Jack Sparrows is a really nice looking thing. Oh, that's all right then. You don't have to worry, John. You're not missing out on much for that. Lego King says, the Series 1 Brickheads. Scrap Daddy, good afternoon to you. Hopefully you're good. Shiva says hello to Lego King. Building Stranger Things. I think I've caught up with everybody. I think we've caught up with everybody. So the poll's still ticking over. 21 votes in. And, of course, Lord of the Rings now is not in last place. It was in last place all voting stage. It's not gonna get out of that, though. So Harry Potter and One Piece have been literally neck and neck all stream. You can't go wrong with those. They're great looking minifigures. The Dreams, I think, is, with no pun intended, slept on with regards to the figures. And everybody that's liked the video so far, thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, so we are currently on step 258 of page 182. But the big question is, because somebody's gone quiet, has Velissimo sorted it? Because Velissimo says, I was looking at it from the wrong angle after rebuilding something, and has now gone very, very quiet. So hopefully Velissimo has sorted out the problem with the build that was occurring over that way. And if we helped any way at all, then fantastic. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because the older versions of the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, they did have lots and lots of figures with it. They did have lots, because there's other ships, obviously the older ships are available, but the newer ship is huge compared to the older one. So they've sort of given you more size, I guess, rather than giving you the sort of the figures with it, haven't they? But again, what a lot of people have been saying is that we're still not going to be getting potentially another Pirates of the Caribbean. I wasn't expecting another Pirates of the Caribbean boat this year. I would have thought that would have been every other year. Yeah, sail barge. Yeah, don't forget sail barge. John said it's in his top 5. Internal, fantastic. Retiring this year though. So just a recap for the UCS sets: Falcon, sail barge, the cheese. All 3 of those are on the chopping block for this year, and it's quite clear with how they did the sail barge and putting it into the Insiders weekend last year that is not going to make it to the Insiders weekend this year. So that will do. I'm calling it now. That's going to do a Daily Bugle, and it's just going to disappear. Nobody was paying attention to that, were they? The Daily Bugle just went. It hit double points, just a random double points. I made a video on it. Nobody cared. And I was like, it's not coming back. It's gone. No, it'll be fine. It'll be back for the Insiders weekend. No, it's gone. Never to be seen again. So I think that's going to be the case for the sail barge, because they're not going to put 3 things in a sale, are they? Yeah, you got Ultra Bricks got the Daily Bugle times 2 points at the right time as well. There are games, we say this all the time. There's games to be played. It's just doing these things at the right time, because if you do it wrong, well, you're going to get caught out. And sometimes you get caught out of no fault of your own. Other times, you just miss out. And don't forget, they're doing a double discontinue thing this year. So you've got midway through the year, there's loads of sets retiring. And then again at the end of the year. So just be cautious if you think, everything's going to go into an Insiders weekend, it'll be fine. It won't. So just keep your eyes peeled for any sets you want on any form of double points, because I was saying this before, the Ninjago sets that are retiring are now not that easy to find in the UK unless it's from the Lego Group, because all the other stores obviously are getting rid of them, and they're all in a sale now. They put all their stuff in at Christmas. They did it from the Black Friday. They've cleared out the warehouses because they're getting the new stuff coming in, and you can get caught out quite quick with that. The barge that got away, well, the sail barge is still available, isn't it? You can still order that on the Lego website. To be honest with you, Bo, going by, I started the stream off amazingly well because I clicked on the giveaway saying it's the last day to get the giveaway on the Lego website, and it's gone. It just says that they've left the banner across the top, but it's actually disappeared. So they've sold out of the parade car. So if anybody wanted the parade car and you're going to make an order last minute today, you're too late. So I'm assuming we now might get some news. I know when the website gets updated with regards to anything that's going to be coming out in February, because we know nothing about February at all, which it's been quite nice to a degree, because it means that you can enjoy these sets and you're not trying to think, oh, I want this for next one. We always think too far ahead. We never kind of soak it in enough. And then they'll be doing the giveaways as well, won't they? So I want Loy's jet mech. Yes. Now, which one? Which they've done a few. Is it the new? Is it the one that's out currently? Because they did the 2-in-1, didn't they? They've done the mech that he was wearing when he was fighting. I don't actually want to spoil it for you. Have you seen the Rising Dragons or not? If you haven't, then I won't spoil it for you. Yeah, the market disappeared. The market did disappear. So, and they always do. All those sets go very, very quickly. It was around long enough though. The markets was around long enough. But no, the bigger Ninjago sets are slow. They're disappearing from Smiths basically, and because of how it's retiring halfway through the year, you're going to end up having to get it from the Lego website. There's no other easy way of doing it. So it is what it is with that. But as you Americans now are realizing, it's really easy for us to get stuff in a sale. But if it's happening how it is, the current stock obviously gets replaced. They're not updating that stuff, and then it sells out from the Lego website and everybody misses it because we're too relaxed with our sales. I wasn't too keen on the new modular at first, but having seen it in a few times now, I've warmed to it. No rush, but I'll grab it at some point. Yeah, so I thought, to be fair, I think we can all agree it's quite a nice shape, but obviously it's just awkward with the internals and everything else. It depends on what your building experience is, isn't it? It depends on what you like. But seeing it in person at the store, I genuinely could not believe how nice it looked, which was amazing, really, because it's just really bad photos. Again, like this thing, if you look at the photos on the Lego website, you would not think that bottom lip is a base plate deep. You look at a base plate and then look at those photos, and you just think it's flat. You just think it's skinny. You don't think anything of it. So some of these photos that they've been doing, they haven't been the greatest. But I think it's because it's not actual photos, is it? So they're just doing these CGI things, and you're not getting the depth perspective of a lot of stuff. But we do like a moan and a whinge, so it's absolutely fine. Concentration face for the sticker. Nailed it. I'm back. Welcome back. Hopefully everything is okay. I think the Tudor Corner is such a high bar that anything after that always has a tough time. There we go. The big question is are they going to, because it's Tudor Corner is a corner, obviously. This is the next one. So it's got to be another straight next, because they always do corner, straight, don't they, for an actual city. Are they going to go base plate and a half? Are they going to go 2 base plates? Or are they just going to do, because what is going to go with those two? Because they're obviously going for different types of architecture, aren't they? So you've got like European architecture with the shopping street. You've got more UK kind of Tudor, obviously, architecture with the Tudor stuff. So what is it they're going to be doing next one? Yeah, that's it. The Shire look. I think again. I'm looking at it right now. It does look very, very nice. I mean, if you know how big the medieval market is, the medieval market building is actually taller than the Shire. So the Shire is small, but it looks great. But it just looks tiny on the website. But I think that does come down to the renders. Right, we're on bag 35, which is on the last booklet, 260 steps, 267 steps in, 189 pages. So we are ticking over. But yeah, there's some nice bits and pieces going through. I keep saying it, but again, thank you everybody that's liked the video so far. And with the poll, we're 21 votes in. So it's 33% for Harry Potter. Dreams and Lord of the Rings seem to be getting voted for a lot now. So they're both at 19 and 29% for One Piece. So it's doing good. Shibo's out turning the knife. Don't mean to upset anyone, but the Tudor Corner is my least favourite modular. Oh, here we go. Here we go. John's just heard that and gone, I agree. I've told everybody. So what modulars have you got then, Shibo? Because obviously you're new to the game. So what modulars have you sort of backtracked? Because you've had to backtrack some of them because obviously 5 modulars haven't been out, have they? So what modulars do you have? And we can rate your modulars. There we go. New segment of the live stream. Rate my modulars. Ooh, right. Yeah, but Lego King is right. The Ninjago market did do very, very well. The gardens, I think, sold even faster. That was a scary thing. See, John agrees. He's got 12 of the things. So visually, I think it looks very nice, but it depends on if you're going from a full build experience to display. I think that's what if you got to look at it from a whole perspective of space. If you had it in different categories like price, space used, part usage, and display, like actual visually, I think every modular would do different bits. The one thing I don't understand with the modulars, and I've never quite got my head around, is why they put them on random coloured base plates. Like, why is the Cinema Palace on a red base plate, and then the detective's office is on a I've had an accident brown base plate? It's like, why? So you've got the hotel, the jazz club, nice, the bookshop, Tudor Corner, and building the shopping street. There we go. Can't go wrong with that at all. I have seen people recolor the jazz club. I think I said this before. I've seen them redo it to like a deep blue, and that did look very, very effective. Because I remember there being I don't know if it was there must have been something. There must have been like original render images or something, and it might have been in a slightly different color, and people preferred it in a different color. But yeah, having 12 of them, 12 modules is a strong collection. Is the History Museum a History Museum? Yeah, the History Museum. Is that going to be on your list, Shibo? Because that's retiring this year. So from a modular fan, do you like that one or not so much? But no, it's amazing what people like, what people do. But I know this is only the first build of the year, but this is going to be hard to be sort of beaten because this now is getting very, very chunky. And again, you've got I keep showing this bit off, but you've got all of this detail on. But I keep looking at that, forgetting there's a roof. I keep forgetting you take that bit up, take that bit off, open it up on the inside, you can shut that bit, open that bit up. This is how all the sets should be. They should all be like this. It's so cleverly done that you can literally just slot that in on there, and you can't tell. You've got all the minifigure bits that go on it, and this is just the last piece. But we are getting higher and higher. You've got doorways in. It's just, yeah. If all the sets were like this, it'd be great. But they're not, are they? let's be honest, they're not. So I'm not asking for much, just every single set to be top notch every single time. But again, we come to the half decent price point, this one. That's the other thing. It does come at a half decent price point. And a good mix of smaller bits and bigger bits. It's the bigger bit there is. I'm stalling a second because I couldn't find the bigger bit, but there it is. Because on the inside here, we've got all sorts of different bits and pieces. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've been looking. It was the there's one. What is it? It's the winter cabin, but it's not called that. It's like a big lodge thing. That's from Lummi. And then you've got the ski lift from that Pantsy. Both of those are very, very similar with the detailing on this as well, because it's called like obviously like a wintry base. So yeah, it's very well done. But as we said this before, it's just annoying that they can do it. They can do it when they want to do it, but they don't do it for everything. So I'm basically just spoilt with the stuff that I have built so far. Well. How are we? How's everything been for Jada? That has to be 4 years. So they're all coming out the woodwork. We've had Jada come out the woodwork now. We had Saturday Av come out the woodwork the other day. How is life? How is everything? Hopefully mum and dad are okay as well. But no, welcome back. Welcome back. But we are currently just plodding along with this. Seems to be going okay. Yeah, so you've got all the bits and pieces going in on the inside of this one, and then it's just all going to be built up. And have you spoken to Saturday Av yet? Mr. Lego King? I'm not too sure if he's in the background. Let me catch back up with everything. So yeah, Alpine Lodge, yeah, that's the one. So the Alpine Lodge, that looks great. I think that look really well with the Bricklink stuff that I was building last year. And of course it will go well in, he says, as he tries to turn it all around. I think it'll go really well with all of that stuff that is in there. So I've got the Winter Village stuff in those 4 cubes at the moment. I can expand those 4 cubes as and when I need to. So that'll work out to be okay. Yeah, I need to do a bit of a deeper dive, but again, it's not the easiest thing at the moment to get delivered into the UK. Because even the Amazon UK don't have all of them. Scrap Lady says I own 8 modulars, and my least favourite is the bookshop. It's annoying with the bookshop though, because the bookshop was obviously a half and half. So if it was a 32 rather than 16 by 32 base plate, and they actually gave you a bigger bookshop and a library base at the bottom, because that's what everybody was hoping for, and it just didn't come about. Jay said, not that long. All good. I'm college now, first year. Wow. Check you out. Look at you. Check you out. So the big question is, Jada, how is the Lego collection going? Or has that all been put on the back burner now? Have you stopped? Have you retired from the Lego game? But no, this is all the way back from the Instagram days. All the way back. And Jada was so young in 2020 that had to really be careful of my language. So I remember having to do innuendos that Jada wouldn't understand, just so I wouldn't get told off by her parents. I remember those days. But again, loads and loads of layering. And the one thing that the Ninjago sets really do very nicely is the roofs. They do really nice jobs on these. Oh, so you're still plodding on with it. So you basically, like everybody else in the chat, then you've just got a huge backlog that you're just waiting to. Is it only me that doesn't have a backlog? Clearly, I must not get enough sets at the same time, because I've done this, and the oh god, the Kai's 15th anniversary. The blacksmith. There we go. The blacksmith. The blacksmith is only got a couple of bags left, and that's done as well. I'm doing my first off brand next week. Matt, Ninja Book Nook by Rebook. If you can't make it, is all good, but I'm sure to take a peek on the upload. Ooh. Oh, happy days. A Ninja Book Nook. Yeah, because I haven't got any of the some of the book nooks that they've done look nice, and then obviously lots of people are just creating their own things, aren't they? So yeah, really, really very, very nice stuff to look from. Now, if you have got the Temple of Air Jitsu, clearly that is the colouring of it, isn't it? Let's be honest. Because that is a very, very nice looking thing. There we go. Well, that's true, because it's the same as the pet store as well. So if you've got the pet store, it's just that I think what people didn't like is that it came with the townhouses, and they didn't know what to do with the townhouse, because a lot of people didn't have the pet store. I put both the townhouses together, so I was all right. So I had like two separate 32 by 32 townhouses. But in all fairness, I do just fill in the modular. I've got the townhouse by the Doctor Strange thing just as a something, so it's on display. But I do remember getting a little bit of backlash. Well, Christmas got a few sets, but I had to leave to go back to college. So since then, oh, fair enough. So you're not going to I'm not home most of the year. So you're obviously not building anything at college then. Oddly's got a backlog as well. So come on then, let me know what's in your backlog, because Oddly's got a getting out of hand, especially with the new Lego orders and spinners in the state of, well, I haven't got anything. I've got nothing on backlog at all. I only have a backlog because we moved 18 months ago. I'm busy renovating a 1940s house. That's a good excuse, Scrap Daddy, to be fair. And as a reward, you can obviously build those bits and pieces. First reason why I backtracked it. There we go. See, that's it. So Shibo agrees with John. My backlog looks like the end of the Indiana Jones Raid and Lost Ark, where they walk into the warehouse. That's a lot of sets. And yeah, see, we looked after you. We did look after you. On those Instagram days, we were looking out for you. So Jada was about for when I was losing my temper with the UCS Falcon. Because I bought that and tried to build it on a live stream and hated every single second. Every second of that. But yeah, all good. So that's the roof. You know what color this is. So this is actually going on top, isn't it? This is the next bit that goes on. So these rooms aren't the biggest, but hopefully, there you go. It should all just start coming together. So you've got all the little bits of detailing on. I think there's another. So this is all right. So looking at the back of the box, this is going over the top of what's directly in front of me, and then I've got another one of these to build beside it, and then I've got two more of these to go up. Very nice. Right. So Shiba says, I was actually really also enjoying the bookshop build way more than I expected. It's an underrated. It is. I think I like the orange of the bookshop. I like the trees and everything, but I think because the townhouse is the teal one with that, isn't it? But yeah, I just think people just didn't like it. It didn't last very long anyway. So, because there is a website that you can actually buy those townhouses taller in lots of different colors on 16 by 32 base plates. So you can just basically have like a full rainbow street if you wanted to, very sort of seasidey over in the UK. So you could recreate all the colors of the that you've seen, all the photos and paintings and things over this way. But Yeah, because I'm sure because that's why they redeemed themselves with the History Museum, wasn't it? Because people were kicking off that there just wasn't enough space in that one, so they did the History Museum and listened to everybody. I think, but it was a while back now. So Craig Jada says after the museum modular, I started not liking the modular sets. So the museum was my last one that I picked up as well, because what followed that? You've got the Oh no, I got the Jazz Club after. Sorry, because you've got the History Museum, the Jazz Club, the John Wick Hotel. You know why it's a John Wick Hotel, and then you've got the pub and the shopping street. So there's four more after your one. And so Oddly says, I'm just eyeing it now in looking in the dreams. Oh, hang on. Just eyeing it now. I'm looking at Dreams 20 and one small set New York giveaway. Star Wars Episode 2, nice. Obi-Wan set, Fantastic 4 set Horizon, nice. The Dawn Battle Pack, so many sets. Yes, it sounds like you've got quite a few. To be fair, I'm waiting to move, so I don't want to build anything to excel. Well, that's a fair point. I guess I either just sit here and just talk to you lot, or try and build some bits and pieces. But again, this is what we've achieved. So you've got all of these looking things, all different bits and bobs. There's obviously all three of those, and then you have got this huge thing. I mean, that does look very effective. Let's be honest, it does look very, very good indeed. So, and they're giving you plenty of space for the minifigures. I've just got to remember that when I actually review the thing, that I've got to take some of this off because I didn't realize it was like it is. But yeah, everybody's got their own taste in the modules. I think it very much comes down to different architecture and the sort of like maybe the history of the buildings and things like that. So I don't know what they built the hotel. I don't know what they based the hotel on. So Sheba, Sheba is Sheba. Yeah. So I'm not too sure what they based the architecture on that one. Obviously the Tudor is clear. It's Tudor. And I have seen that the shopping street is supposed to be on more European type architecture. But I still would like to know what well, if you're ever going to get either a hospital or any form of station to go with the police station and the fire station that they've already done. Because I think if you're making up a pure modular street and you've got all those bits and pieces in, they're now starting to do redos of the same things. You've already had a hotel and all that sort of stuff already, and they haven't quite given you everything yet. Be interesting what they do with another town hall if they redo that. They based the hotel off a building you can sleep in. Amazing. Where the sheets smell like cigarettes and there's well, I wonder what those stains are all about. I call it the John Wick Hotel because it reminds me of that. So I would have used that with if I found a custom John Wick, I would have had his car parked out the front of that hotel, and it would have been where all the baddies were going. Right. So this is going on this bit just there. And now this is starting to get much, much taller. So I've got another one of these to build onto the side, and then it's two more. Yeah, it's going to have some height. This is going to be tall, but yeah, that's looking nice. I think that's looking quite nice. Well, I'm just trying to be nice, John. Right, sticker number 31. Don't forget, there is millions of stickers within this set. Right, let's catch back up with everybody. So, yeah, that's it. So Scrap Day says, saying for ages, we need a hospital. I have a very funny feeling that the hospital might have come out in 21. Because what was the set that wasn't... What was the set that... Oh, it might have been the bookshop. It might have been the bookshop on the townhouse that came out maybe instead. because one of them felt a little bit rushed. So maybe that's why they sort of just did something smaller. And then when the History Museum came out, it kind of perked everything back up again. Because there was rumours that it was on its way, and then obviously COVID happened and it stopped. So I wonder if they aborted plans, basically. The tiling is well, still is tiling, but no, you've got the Marvelly section just over that way, so all the tiles and stuff are down in between, so you can see all the paths and everything. This has got space for the X-Men mansion. The footpaths, because it's a full-blown theme park, just carries on going all the way through, and then this side, it's got all of these bits and pieces going in. So I've got D&D, Rivendell, Shire, and all the other little bits and pieces. But you don't get a good view from there. But from where if you go from there, you get quite a nice view going through. So yeah, the paths are all starting to come together. But no, originally I had on the back table all the modulars up there, and we were doing like all sorts of fancy tiling and all sorts of bits and pieces, and naming streets after people on the channel and all that kind of thing. And then yeah, it was it's a fun time that was, with regards to that kind of thing. And all of a sudden everybody got very, very busy again. That's nicely hidden in there as well. But no, this is where we've been now. Create Jada, we are here. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Because I mean, like the restaurant that they've done, I thought was beautiful. So let me go back up. So as long as we're talking modulars, I also think the Jazz Club is very underrated modular. And then John says the Jazz Club would have been even nicer if they didn't add a pizza shop unexpected. I think that's when I last joined. The name of the street. Yeah, that's it. It's been a long time. So yeah, it's all changed. All changed since then. But yeah, sort of everybody. Yeah, because I started to transfer over to YouTube then. I hardly uploaded onto Instagram at all. I do use Instagram obviously, but I only use it to keep up with Lego news. I just plod on and do all of these little bits and pieces. So, what have I missed? Let's go back through. Yes, yeah, so there's all sorts of little bits and pieces. So again, everybody's like the video. Thank you. 22 votes in for the poll now. Potter and One Piece are now drawing again. It's 32% each. Dreams and Lord of the Rings are now 18% each. So Lord of the Rings probably is going to lose this poll. So John will be very happy about that. Because we were saying, John, that the Lord of the Rings was getting smashed in this. It was losing. But One Piece, to be fair, you could argue that they are great. They are great figures, and obviously you've got such a variety for the Harry Potter characters that both of them deserve to be where they are. But the Dreams stuff, looking at the box, they do look really nice. Now we're talking about yesterday about the shows, weren't we? And it was Monkey Kid is the one that was supposed to take over Ninjago, and then they went into the Rising Dragon stuff instead, and I think the Monkey Kid stuff completely fell through, which was supposed to be a TV show for that. They're on series. I did a bit of research already. They're on series 3 for Dreams. Apparently, not seen anything of it whatsoever. Shima has been and gone. Obviously, that is now a thing of the past as well. So they have been struggling to get another money-making theme up and running. And obviously, the Friends is still ticking over. They've rejigged all of Friends, and they've revamped, shall I say, the Ninjago. It's a bedtime storybook. I think it is. I'm sure we will be hearing a story of the rabbit at some point then. That's a very unusual thing to be placed in on that bit. I'm close to 400 subs. Need to look into the 300 sub special. I think you might want to try that. Harry Potter looks like high Russian interference. Yeah, that's it. Well, I got absolutely annihilated yesterday, even with the American invasion to try and save it from the chopping block of So the poll yesterday, in case you didn't catch it yesterday, was if you had to lose one IP off the shelf completely to replace it with your dream IP, what would it be? And Star Wars and Harry Potter just shot off. They're like, yep, they want them off the shelf straight away. And it happened to be that Marvel DC won by an absolute mile because he got no votes at all. Then Ninjago was second, and Star Wars came in. Sorry, that was second best. But yeah, Harry Potter, even with the interference of all the Americans coming in and trying to get the voting back up and the percentage back up, by the end of the stream, it got smashed again. So that was two. It must have literally, over the two polls that we did, have over 100 votes. And for whatever reason, people seem to be very anti-Harry Potter for whatever reason. So that I never thought that would be the case, but there we go. Yay! John's reached his goal. He's up to 6 subscribers for this year. Well done, John. Are you going to do a 10 sub video special? Are you going to upload your first video? Well, I don't think the Lord of the Rings crew haven't arrived yet, because obviously it's just a random Sunday afternoon, isn't it? So everybody's eating and everything at the moment. So potentially after people's had their Sunday lunches, because don't forget, over in the UK, it's basically Thanksgiving for people every Sunday. That's the equivalent of what Thanksgiving is meal-wise, but just over here. So everybody just sits down and just stuffs their face every weekend rather than once a year. So that's the kind of food that people end up having. And once they're in a food coma, they then might crawl and take part in the poll or not. But we will see. We will see. Oh, it took forever, Jada, didn't it, though? That was the thing. It did take forever. It was just trying to hit the small milestones, because the problem what is with YouTube, you can't do the live streams if you're under a certain sub count. And that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to do live streams like I did on Instagram, but just over on this platform. And I couldn't do it for ages. So, but yeah, it's getting there. It's ticking over. It's nowhere near fantastic numbers at all, is it? But it's doing all right. And yeah, we're just tinkering over. Mine's the fighting, because I think because they see each other all the time, they've got nothing to talk about, so they don't argue. So from what I can gather, that's basically what happens over here, John. Yeah. Oh, I think the problem. I think you do it wrong over in the States. You leave the gap too far apart, and then all of a sudden it's just a massive Royal Rumble, from what I can gather, for you guys and girls. Whereas over here, it's just a Sunday regular occurrence. Oh, yeah. That's like when it's always quite funny speaking to the. Do you not celebrate Thanksgiving? No, we just do it every Sunday. If you can be bothered to cook, that's exactly what happens. So I suppose, really, outside looking in, you guys are just thankful that you make it through the day, and you haven't ended up fighting with every single family member over everything. They tried to replicate the success of Ninjago with Nexus Knights, and Chimo. Yeah, so the Nexus Knights got replaced by Ninjago, didn't it? I think, and then they tried to do. No, hang on. Nexus Knights. The Nexus Knights got replaced by Chima. Ninjago replaced Chima, and Monkey Kid was supposed to replace Ninjago, and it failed. Hidden Sides was supposed to replace Ninjago, and it failed. And now Dreams is their new one, but I think they've just given up trying to replace it, and because that's where the Rising Dragons came about. Because what they were trying to do is they basically wrapped up the Ninjago show. They got it to the point of where they could get it to, and they kind of wrapped it up. And then, well, obviously we are where we are now, and they're carrying on. I'm okay with just having Sunday dinner with my brother and parents. The rest of the family I'm good with, like, once a year. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to search. I'm trying to sub to John, but I can't search the channel. Whenever I search your user contributions to the BT community spotlight pops up. Fair enough. I'm sure you'll be able to sort it out between you. I'm sure. But no, that's why I would imagine all of the YouTube, like the streamers with talent, normally stream much later on a Sunday because everybody's just busy. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Yeah, there you go. See, Lego King is currently eating his Lego bricks. He's hungry. I have got my biscuits from yesterday that I keep forgetting about, which I am starting to think of to devour. Oh, what a huge Garmadon sticker that is. So that is a Lego movie reference because it's got the 4 arms. So this has to be the Easter egg then to the movies because it's in the Jitsu colours. I am going to have to do my research and find out from the actual designer from an interview just how many references are in this set, because I have spotted quite a few of them. But we've obviously got 2 more we have here. 2 more stickers to go on this bit. Sticker number 5. Yeah, Jojo. So in the evenings, it'll either be like 8 p.m. UK time, which doesn't really help you guys over there. But weekends, it's usually this time. So I'll be on from like 2:15 in the afternoon, and then it'll carry on for 4 or 5 hours is what I normally do it for. So the weekends are builds. If for whatever reason there's a load of Friday nights, we do a late one. So Friday night is normally like a recap. So that's just obviously sharing the Lego website and doing all the other little bits and pieces. Because I have, like I said, I've said to everybody, I've got the Lego website up and running in the background. So anything that you guys and girls are building on the screen, and then just get it up on there and go. So yeah, so it's easy. That's what we do on the Friday, because they still haven't added anything new yet. They've added these 3 tabs have appeared. The offers are still running on the website. But yeah, the new sets, they haven't uploaded anything as of yet. No, it's just those things. That's it. Yeah, nothing new added as of yet. So yeah, that's what we tend to do in the evenings. So if I'm not building, we'll just be talking about all like the Britlink stuff, or talking about basically just Lego stuff is what we'll be talking about. Upa, how are we? Good afternoon to you. Hopefully everything is okay. That is definitely not the right sticker. No. Oh, this it is. Getting the wrong one. What is that? Ah, exciting. No, so I won't be doing it again today. We'll be kicking off again probably tomorrow. If I haven't finished this, I'll finish the build tomorrow. If I have finished it, then you'll just get a review video of this probably tomorrow. It all depends on if the new Lego sets come out. If there's a load of new stuff coming out, then we'll do an evening stream, and I'll do a double like normal, where it'll be building and then obviously streaming. But yeah, we'll just have to see, because it will be Monday potentially, and it won't be then possibly again until Thursday unless it happens. So yeah, I won't be going on again today, because I'll be on here for another couple of hours yet, and then that'll be that. There's nothing else to talk about Lego news wise. Depending on how busy this is and if people are bored, then I might carry on. I might stuff my face and then go down and build the blacksmith. So who knows, Shibo? I don't know for the rest of the day. That's basically what it is. Very true, Ryan. We might get a double poly bag at stream at midnight. So that's another thing that we do, Jada, for new releases. like for the Insiders Weekend and the Black Friday, we just stayed up till midnight, and there was loads of people here just sort of chit-chatting around. So, Shiva, I'll catch up with you whenever you're back. Oddly's going to try it on his phone. That's exciting. Oh, hang on. What's this free cart bike thing? Oh, yeah, I missed the 10th. You did indeed, yeah. So don't forget this weekend, you have a few hours remaining. Get yourself to a Lego store because they are doing the free cart builds and Lego store openings. So I don't know if that's worldwide, but that is basically now. So if you've missed it, then too late. If you didn't miss it, then you're all right. But you needed to be quick. You needed to be quick on that. Definitely not correct. There it is. That is there. Take it easy, Shubo. We'll catch up with you soon. Dribbling. Where is that going? Yep. There's so many. With John, you could put the link, John, in the chat for Oddly to Find. Just letting you know that you could do that. It is quite fun struggling to find somebody else's profile. The amount of times that I've actually do it. What's going to be another fail? Correct, Jada. What do you think it's going to be? What's failing? What's going to fail? March. The parks don't open till March, so I was looking at different bits and pieces for Billund, and the parks don't open up for a while. The theme parks back open up again in February for the UK, and then it's March for Billund. The flights are a right pain in the backside now, though. That is the only problem. They're not the easiest thing to get hold of. Yeah, I mean, the smart that's the stuff that we talk about sort of in the evening. It's just solely about that for like an hour and a half, and there's quite a few people that jump in, which is quite cool. I think what we came to the conclusion of is it would be really good for the little ones, but it might be too expensive for the parents to pay for the kids. So we'll see. I can't. Hang on. There you go. Found it. Sorry, Oddly. I could have done that ages ago. I was just having too much fun. Oh, there you go. That is John. There it is. So if you want to subscribe to John's channel, that is John. So there we go. Oh, I am sorry. I was just having far too much fun with that. So if you click that, that'll take you straight to it. Sean, good afternoon to you. What's the latest? Well, I'm on bag 36. My length is getting bigger. The detailing is getting bigger. And that's what we're at the moment. It's a slab. And that's just falling out. But that is a slab of decoration. So it's looking very, very smart and clean. What is obviously going to fall out is the book. Because the book slips and slides in. And yeah, it's all good. So yeah, nothing drastic. You know, guys got me thinking, do I go on again later on at 8 o'clock tonight just for an hour, or do we just do that tomorrow and I just build the blacksmith tomorrow? Because depending on like the news and things, I don't know. I was also trying to extract in Raiders of Ark and got spotted by a hornet. Well, you've been chased by everything. It's all going wrong. I've got bags underneath here. Pumpkin is asleep in her box. Pumpkin's looking extremely fluffy with her winter coat, so she is asleep in her box underneath there. You've hit the big time, John. It might make double digits by the end of this stream. We might just all start subscribing to you, John. I've just put the link in to John's channel, so you can now abuse him when he uploads videos. Lonely at the top. Yeah, that's it. Well, it would help, John. Ah, is it good, Jada? Because that Arkham set is supposed to be retiring this year, and I can't believe it's going to. So this is what he's doing. I actually saw this built in January at the Lego store. Very, very impressed with it. Very, very impressed. It's still on back order. That back order date's getting later and later as well. So I think, I don't know, if they don't change the date of this, I think this might be on back order for most of the year. I think a lot of people will be like, no, I really want it. I think it looks great. I really do think it looks good. I've left space for it. I've actually got two options for this now. I've either going to put it in here or put it in a separate place and actually put it close to the Stranger Things where everybody's all a little bit doodah. And leave the space. Yeah, I have got options for that. I think it's got to get extended, isn't it? Surely it's got to get extended. Okay. Right, we've got Zane. We've got Zane, and he's got his battle damaged face again with his normal white stuff again. Full print, feet, legs, torso, everything. Yeah, so I'm tempted to, well, I can't really move out the way. It's either going to go here at the front, or I've got the haunted house behind the loop coaster and the Strange Things bit. So I could actually put it in with all the trees and have everybody escaped. And it's all telling a story and it's all a theme park ride and yada, yada, yada. So I've got two options where that set can go. But I wasn't expecting it to retire that quickly. Because it's basically always been on a back order in the UK. I've never actually seen the box in store either. I've not seen the set. That's which I thought was a little bit weird. Because it was built up on display in the last Lego store, but they wouldn't have had it in stock. So I don't know. Just went on the website, not showing build. They are a Harry Potter thing free build. Ah. Well, when's the date for that, Lego King? Or is that what is that replace the cart? Where am I? What am I doing? Spin this around. And there we go. Where's that going? At the front. Well, it was on. The dates were in store for the build, but it's to end of day today. Where is this going? Why is it going that way for? Don't start doing this. Don't tell me I'm building behind it. I'm not going to space. Right, so Dark Phoenix. Yeah, so Dark Phoenix says the smart bricks are way overpriced. Well, they've added on. If you go by just the TIE Fighter, I think it is, it's they're like for like price, aren't they? But you're just getting less pieces. So we've worked out that it's probably £10 to £20 per set that they've added on. The really annoying thing is we don't know how much the smart brick is individually, because they've obviously done it in a highly formed, highly expensive IP. So I don't know how much that is actually going to be to buy individually, and I don't think they're going to do it for ages because it's only going to be out in the 6 countries. So I don't know. I think it's going to sell very well. It's going to be great for kids to start with. The 6 countries that it's going to go in. I don't know if it's going to be a Lego exclusive. I'm assuming it's going to have to be, isn't it? With how they're distributing it all. It's not going to be in like your local Toys R Us's and things like that. But the problem is that if you are a Pokemon fan, I said this a couple of times now, that's the prices you're going to be paying, because it's the same thing going into the Pokemon sets. So if you were hoping for very cost-effective Pokemon sets like you got from Mattel, don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to be quite pricey. If they're the Bowser size, for example, then that's. I'm looking at it now. We can all agree that the Nintendo Bowser looks great. It's a good fun build. But if they're all that size, then that's a different thing to what they were originally. But they're not going to be to try and collect all of them. No pun intended. Again, it's going to be expensive. So it's not going to be can you catch them all? It's going to be can you afford them all? That's it. So certain things there is a thing. I think it's 20% extra for Star Wars. I think with the IP, I think that's what they take. I think Star Wars. Oh, sorry, Disney. The Disney tax across all toys, I think, is around 20% or something. So that's the problem, because it's the same with Hasbro, Mattel, all of those sorts of things. It doesn't make a difference if it's a action figure or a construction set. I think that's what it is across the board. So that's where the term Disney tax comes from, because it is a real thing. So doing a smart brick in something that already has a lot of money on top of, and then you're adding more money for the technology, gets expensive quick, doesn't it? Gets expensive quick. Yeah, it was this afternoon. Yeah, it was today. The burger cart was today. Yeah, that's it. It was today. So that's the thing. You had to get it this weekend if you wanted to get it this weekend, because they're not going to do it again, are they? So no, Dark Phoenix, but that is no fault of my own, because, and John can back me up on this, I wanted to get one and it sold out. So I was actually going to get the winter ski slope, and it seems to be that the distribution over here compared to the States is night and day. Our bits are much smaller, so going by the warehouse that they've got over here, which is clearly Amazon. It's selective lines as well. So, say for example, I know they're like you've got the Western stuff and all that kind of stuff. We might not even have the opportunity to get that. They don't do international orders from the Lego the actual website. So John's got a lot of them. Yeah, well, this is the thing. The problem is obviously what Jade has just said is it's going to be expensive for kids, and the kids are the ones are going to be enjoying it. So it's going to be expensive for the parents paying for the kids. So because don't forget the age demographic for the smart brick stuff is different age group. What a lot of the other sets are. They're aimed at obviously younger. Say younger, you can be however old you want to be. But how the countdown came about and how it sort of almost fizzled out really quickly is I was expecting all of these. Can I zoom in enough? Yes. So all of those tiles and that smart brick, I was expecting all of that for the Lego City to be available on now, like a pre-order. And it just never happened, did it? We only got these 3 sets. So it didn't help things that it was just the Star Wars stuff, and now they're only going to do it in 6 countries as well. And then it's going to have a knock-on effect with Pokemon, because the Pokemon is clearly going to be in the play sets. So if you were hoping to get like the battle arenas and all that kind of stuff, it's a completely different scale, because we did a direct comparison. So this is the best way of doing it. So I know they've come out in a press release and said, don't judge us on the price because of its new technology, and they're trying to recoup their money back and yada, 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 yada. But the cleanest and easiest thing to do is these 2. So basically, this is what we were doing on the stream. You have got this at 99, the TIE Bomber. Obviously, when it goes into a sale, it's much, much cheaper. But it's 59.99, 3 characters, 625 pieces. Or you got this one. Exactly the same price, $59.99, much smaller. So Star Wars isn't cheap anyway. So the technology in this, you obviously got a smaller brick count, but you're getting the brick. You get the Darth Vader minifigure that talks. You've got the brick, the tile, and the charger. So it is the same price for those 2, but you are getting more technology but less building experience. So the big question is out the 2, which do you prefer? Do you prefer the TIE Bomber, or do you prefer the Smart Play Vader's TIE fighter thing? Because it's, like I said, that's the best thing to compare the 2, because obviously they're the same price. So yeah, that's the thing. Good afternoon to everybody that is in the background. There's a poll running, and everybody that's like the video as well. Thank you very much indeed. So at the moment, Harry Potter and Dreams and One Piece are now all drawing at 26 votes in, and Lord of the Rings is slowly starting to creep back up. So Sean is none and done. Exactly. That's it. Apart from your Pokemon, because you are going to collect them all. They do indeed, yeah. Playmobil's massive over this way. So like Mattel, Hasbro, all those companies that do those kind of things, we can get Hasbro products well, as long as it's stocked in the big toy shops. So that a lot of the stuff that you might be able to get in like Walmart, we can't get over this way. But it depends on what it is that what it is that you're looking for, what it is that you're collecting. But yeah, it's the sort of different companies of construction sets aren't easily available over this way. We've got Mattel and we've got the Lego, and that's it. We don't have anything else on the shelf. So yeah, that's all we've got at the moment. But yeah, it is what it is with sort of that kind of thing. It's easier at certain places, not as easy as others. And also, we've spoken about sort of everything about them, and because Bricks Together was having a conversation about it all as well. It's like, as long as the design's not been stolen, shall I say, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's a bit of fun. Everybody enjoys it, and that's what it's all about. It's just construction stuff, putting together other construction stuff. They look great. All the stuff looks really nice. Obviously, the Lego Group itself is a leading brand of, well, it's just the leading brand. It's the best marketed product. That's the way of saying it. And they've obviously been around the longest. But with the pattern design now that's sort of fallen through, there's obviously now opportunity for other companies to give you a better brick with better plastic if they wanted to, whereas they couldn't before. Was quite surprised with Mattel's strategy, because if you have been following Mattel, they were at a convention and they had loads of all the all the bits and pieces out and about, and they were saying, oh, it's going to be this and it's going to be that, and you've got all these amazing bits and pieces sort of going to be appearing. And at the moment, it's just the Hot Wheels cars, because don't forget, they lost the license for Pokemon. And then this is where it's had this massive knock-on effect, because every company is doing different bits and pieces. So that's the only thing with certain companies, and there's plenty of videos of them, and it's, well, we know what company it was. They got done over, didn't they? So the designs actually went down. Really can't. I always forget what the name is, but they were stealing, using, whatever it is you want to do, a lot of the Lego Ideas admissions, and literally just people were like, oh, this is my design. It's on shelf. Like it was in box already. But yeah, all the Bricklink, where people do like Bricklink designer, the Bricklink instruction stuff. They would just download the instruction and just make it as a set. But I can't remember the company got nicked. This was years ago, mind. So I don't know if that's still about, but that's the stigma that it has. So, and people refuse to learn or listen and do any of their own research about anything else. So that is the only problems that it gives, which is silly, because it's not a problem for these other companies, because they're not. There we go. Look at that. Look how amazing that's starting to look. Jada, look after yourself. Lovely to speak to you again. You take care and enjoy your college experience, obviously, and hopefully you're behaving yourself. And yeah, I don't know what state you're in now, but hopefully it's okay. And you take care. So yeah, we're about all the time. So don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. That's off by a stud, obviously. You just drowned. He's drowned. Oh no. Oh well. I would say it happens to the best of us, but it just might be you, I think. He's not done well. He's not done well. What? I think I've been a moron as well. What the hell have I done with this? Oh, I have been a moron. That's exciting. Oh. Yeah. Balls. Yeah, all right. Little partying in Boston. Okay. You won't remember anything now. I won't tell Mum. Don't worry. We won't do that. Oh, that's all going wrong now. There we go. Well, that's it. I mean, it happens, doesn't it? But it's literally, you could just get the instruction booklet though. There'd be no exclusive pieces to it. This is why I don't know why people go so crazy for it. Crazy. You can just get the pieces off it, and then you'd be living the dream. You don't have to worry them. It's the problem, isn't it? It's human nature. You always go after something that you can't have, or you missed out on. Sorry, and then all of a sudden people just be like, "Yeah, I'm going to capitalize on that." There'll be some proper word for it, not my psychological way of thinking. But yeah, it's got to be a thing, isn't it? It's got to be a thing. Right, that's that bit. Just putting this all back together because I am a melon. Absolute melon. There we go. Ooh. That goes that way. Ah, check me out. Done a thing with a. That's better. God, that mistake would have happened bags ago. What a numpty. Still going wrong. What's wrong with this? No, nothing. Oh, yes, something. There we go. How if I put all the pieces together, wouldn't it? Right, magic. I can now finally show off the front of this door once I've actually put the thing together properly. Gold looks really nice against the red as well. So there you go. So real nice bits and pieces on that doorway. And now we're just tightening up across the top of the door. Right, let me go through. Rang Batsy, they would have sold out with the first hour, but you get a number, don't you? You've got to be first in store. You've got to be. It's like the first 100 people in store on a Saturday and the first 100 people in store on a Sunday, and it's just the bag. So yeah, you had to be there early doors. Again, depending on where you are in the States, ring your local Lego store if this is a thing that they're going to be doing worldwide or it's just in the country. Matt, I want you to do a Ninjago iceberg video. Let me know what you want me to try and achieve, and I can attempt it. Just let me know what it is. And you just drowned in the Raiders Loft Ark. Jade has disappeared to Boston. Someone's selling one on £16 on eBay. Just ran back to see Lego store. They've run out. Right, caught up with everybody. So Oddie says, saw this video of a kid hugging a person in a Lego Lloyd costume. I want a Lego Lloyd costume, even though it serves no purpose. I don't know. Maybe my baby mother would like. Yeah, have you not? So on Ninjago days, if you go to the Legoland park, they've got all the characters there dressed up in the full outfits of everybody. So you got Wu, Zane. They're all dressed up, and they do the shows throughout the day normally anyway, like 365 a year. So you might find that those costumes. I don't know how easily available they are. I don't know how much you can see in them either. So if you are wanting to dress up as a Ninjago character, you could probably get them for an Indiana Jones if you really wanted to. So you could attempt that sort of thing. But I'm now intrigued to know what it is you want me to do with a Ninjago iceberg video. What do you want me to do with that? And Lego King, you're gonna have to ring every single Lego store. I bet they've all gone though, because you've got 4 of them in London that you could ring, but you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to get it. But you need somebody, which they will do. Somebody somewhere on. If you put a thing up in your story on Instagram and said, "Has anybody got the instructions for this weekend's Lego build at the Lego store?" You just need that picture, and then you've got the pieces already in your backlog, I would imagine, because it was just a little Lego car. And I know there probably would have been a minifigure with it, but oh, it'd been cool if you just talked about the Ninjago show, the sets, and each layer of the. Oh, that way. Oh, like a pyramid. Oh, okay, well, like from start to finish. I've not heard that term iceberg before. Fair enough. I could always do I could try and do a history thing. I might be more selective with the videos that I upload. I'll do the uncut disaster stuff from time to time because I know people like seeing the disastrous side of stuff. But no, I always find it quite hidden. I always like doing like a history of something. It's just time as well, though, and the skill and the knowledge. If I actually have any of those at all, because it's not always the case. So. Where is that going? Ramming them in its hole? Am I? Yes. Ooh. Well, I never thought I'd see that. A reverse entry into its back hole, 2 at a time. That is a brand new technique for me. So there you go. You've got the holes that are upside down. double pin, ram it in, and then there it is. So there we go. Done something new. I've done a thing, and this is going on top of the doorway. I built that bit right. Yes, magic. That's lovely as well. So there's my rear entry, my rear entry shelter as you walk in when it's raining. I'm assuming the Air Jitsu set is very, very similar to this, with regards to just all the detailing that is on the inside of it. So yeah, really, really, very, very, very nice. Ooh, we overlap. Oh, we are overlapping. Never seen that before. Look at that. Got a, I don't know, like there's a book somewhere. I'm going to put my finger on the book. Got an overlap at the top. It goes in from where my finger is obviously where the next bit of the roof's going to go on, and then you've got an overlap on the next. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before, but no, that is nice. But no, I can see what I can do. I can see what I can do, oddly. Not a problem at all. So Lord of the Rings now is still losing. One Piece is now winning. So it's Dreams that's starting to catch up with everything. So One Piece is at 30%, Harry Potter's at 26%, Dreams is at 26%, and Lord of the Rings is at 19%. So there just is not the Lord of the Rings fan base in this evening. Lord of the Rings has been losing since the first minute this poll went live. I don't know if Sean's happy with that, crying about that. Sean is going to be doing the world's biggest Lord of the Rings display this year, I think, as a warm-up. Going to get 3 or 4 Rivendell sets, apparently. I'm going to put all of them together as like a monumentally massive display, which I think's a really nice one. Sorry, Sean, and then Ryan is that's Sean is going to do that, and then Ryan is going to do the same thing with the Willy Wonka. So if you're a Willy Wonka fan or a Lord of the Rings fan, there's some guys and girls in the background that will be making some amazing content. But I am liking this red with gold. I think that's really very, very pretty. Really pretty. I have no. Is that the double? Is that the 2 Rivendell ones together? Because I got sent something, and somebody thought I need another Rivendell set, and I should do it. They thought it would be a fun Lord of the Rings project that would take me forever, because I'd have to take that Rivendell apart, get another one, and it's twice the size, isn't it? Twice the height. Not as massively wide, but it's twice as high. No, it's even better than that. Oh dear. I suppose it's a mock. Oh no. No. Sean's got it. Sean's going to be. Oh, he's got a giant water. No. Sean can do that. That's what Sean's going to be doing. I don't think he's here to defend himself, so we can just say that that's what he's going to be doing. That in the front door. Get that on there. Brilliant. There we go. Very nice. What time is it though? It's 5 o'clock. So I don't know if some of the stores shut at 5 on a Sunday, don't they? So yeah, you might have missed it, Mr. King. You might have missed it. I'll check you out. I have a decent amount of rare and hard to find minifigures. Well, what do you have? Because I am the more minifigures I get for the Ninjago stuff, the more I'm like, I just want to get more of them because they look really very, very good. But it's also very scary how expensive some of them are. So I will be avoiding those. Oh, Sean's there. He is there. He's in the background. He's in the background. Oh, I've seen that one. It's mega. But how many How many sets is that? Is that just literally like a custom mock, or is that a? I'm assuming it's 3 or 4 sets combined, is it? Because there's no way I can do that. So what's your? Oh, hang on. I'm thinking of maybe selling my Marvel stuff to make an Ninjago City. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. Because what Ninjago sets have you got? And I don't think I saw your comment come through. Have you seen the Rising Dragon show, or have you not got to that yet, Oddly? Number 19. Number 19. But it's always nice to have a good selection of figs. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with that. But now I am going to be number 40. All over the. Ah, it's a Destiny's Bounty. Ah, it's a Destiny's Bounty in a Lego box. Is this a little Lego store? They just put a little bit of a reference in. They have, haven't they? Look at that. So you've got the reference, you've got the little Destiny's Bounty in a little Lego box that you get from the Lego van. Isn't that sweet? Oh, Sean. No. I would have been, it's a song, isn't it? No. I would have been tempted to maybe do the 2 Rivendell sets together for Lord of the Rings and take it apart. If you get chance, just watch the first 2 episodes today, and then you'll know if you want to carry on with the Rising Dragon show or not. But if you've only seen the first season of Ninjago, you could go back and watch the rest. So then at least these sets won't spoil it for you. But yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. One of those. I've got a load of classic big figs. Hulk, he's worth like $30. Yeah, I have a classic Thanos big fig. Yeah, they're all expensive actually. Got the Vision hard to find one, Scorpion from the Spider-Man classic, Doc Ock, and the Mysterio. They're really nice minifigures. A lot of customs. Well, so yeah, you could potentially put that into funding an Ninjago thing. It just depends on what Ninjago sets you want to go for, and I'll happily help you with anything that you can think of. I have a pumpkin on my foot. Are you cold, darling? Where is this going? Hey, pumpkin. Come here then. Trying to put it in the wrong way around. Trying to put it in the wrong way around. There we go. We've had a double one in from behind, and now we're putting it in the wrong way around. So, gone well. It just sits in there. Well, that's something else I have never seen. So you've got this curve with. Careful, I'm starting to pick this up now. This is starting to get quite big. You've got this curve with. Where's the book? The book's going to fall. I don't know if I can turn it enough. That bit up on top. Can you see it's just like an empty hole? And this curve at your desk just sits inside the hole. It doesn't sit on anything. And you've got the 2 Destiny's Bounties. You've got the green bounty, and then you've got the Lego Movie Destiny's Bounty in box with the correct colored artwork on the desk with the paper. And the paper, I can't recognize what that's for, but yeah, you've got the movie bounty there, and then you've got the other bounty up at the front. So I think that's the OG bounty, and that's a really cool little Easter egg that the designers done. But I've never seen that sort of way of it being done. Okay. Right, give me a sec. I just think pumpkin needs to go down. Oh, she's just getting into her box. She's getting herself nice and comfy, which means I'm going to sit on this chair. She's going to get straight back up again. I want to go down. Oh, she's just chilling. She's just chilling. No, he's not. No, he's from Ninjago. The world, basically, the worlds merge. So all 15 series of all the evil characters that you meet, and then there's this thing that happens, which I won't spoil, and all of a sudden it kind of resets but carries on. So the ninjas are still exactly the same. They carry on from where they are. So no, he was already there. But the merge itself, how the story's told, is clever because it's basically unlimited minifigures now. So they could just do whatever they want. They could just say everything's to do with the merge. A lot more dragon use in this one as well. But yeah, it depends on how far you got through the first. Because if you're still in series 1, then maybe go through just another series just so they're not kids. Because they're really young, aren't they, in the first one? And then there's a library episode where they suddenly get a little bit older. Yeah, so... Well, no, at that point, so it's not. That's when you see it, you'll understand. Because yeah, I won't spoil it for you, but the second you see it, you'll be like, oh yeah, makes sense. It does. It's just really easily explained where that all comes from. So yeah, you can't go wrong. Oh yeah, it's nicely explained. And you can now see why they are just going to make endless characters, endless minifigures, different torsos for all the ninjas as well. That's just never going to stop. There you go. Lego King is halfway through the Rising Dragon. What, series 1? He was like, I just rewatched series 1, so I'm about to rewatch series 2. I want to rewatch all of those so I don't miss out on any of the Lego sets, and then I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning. But it's just a really quick watch, isn't it? It's only 20 minutes. So, because the Rising Dragon show is shorter. Oh, yeah, all nice and simple. Yeah, series 1. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's nice. This is starting to get bigger. Pretty much, yeah. That's kind of what he is the master of. But no, there's some very big Ninjago fans that pop in from time to time. They're saying that they've seen like each episode 4 or 5 times. I'm like, yeah, I really haven't got time. I have not got time for that. But no, I'm doing the Rising Dragons as a rewatch before series 4 obviously comes out. Because this is what this is to do with, obviously. And we haven't had series 4 yet. So you know, the Rising Dragons is good. Yeah, can transform his spinjitzu in. Well, he can, he can't. He doesn't quite know how it's going on. But yeah, that is a thing. So it's slightly different how since the merge happens, they can all do slightly different things, and they sort of get their. You learn basically where the source energy comes from with regards to all the bits and pieces from the dragons. And how the source energy can be transferred over, and yeah, you've got all of those bits and pieces. But was it Cole? I think it might have been Cole's voice actor died, didn't he? So 3/4 of the way through the original show, he got he also had to get revoiced, and then I think it was series 11 it has a huge, I don't know if it has a huge upgrade, but it's drawn differently. Like the CGI is different because a different studio took it over. But the Rising Dragon is really modern with regards to like all the CGI and things. So it's you can definitely see how it's progressed over the years. That's for sure. Well, Aaron is a kid, you see. At the very, very first episode, he's a child, and then it goes 6 years later. That's how it starts. So you get introduced to a couple of people just before the merge happens. So you get like a little bit of a backstory. Then the merge happens. So the pre-merge, it's all to do with the other stuff. So it just flows really nicely. Yeah, it just flows really nice, and then it's a couple of years later. So yeah, that's how it all happens. So yeah, Sora's amazing. Yeah, she's a good character. Elemental of technology. You got all these new elemental people, and that's why the temple that is retiring this year is quite important because it plays a very important role in the actual show, and you get all the elemental masters with it, and it just reminds me of Mortal Kombat. So there we go. So win, 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 win. So he learned Spinjitzu himself, Aaron. Lego King says his favourite set has to be the Black Pearl. Do you think you're going to get that, Lego King? Do you think the Black Pearl is going to be on your radar before it retires in a few years' time? Or is it just going to be you're going to let it go by the way by? Yeah, she's a master of technology. So she comes from like a different city. So you've got Ninjago and you've got all the other places. But yeah, it's yeah, there's some cool places you can go to. So Imperium is where Sora's from. So the most of Series 1 is all linked in with Imperium. And then you've got another place called Jinjango, I think it is, where it's like a genie thing. That I really want them to do the minifigure of because he's an amazing character as well. But it's very, very similar. So basically, when you watch all of the original show, each show, as you can tell, has different bounty. They go on different missions. They go somewhere completely different. What the merge has done is just brought everybody into what used to be Ninjago, which is now called the Crossroads. So the Crossroads is the Ninjago City markets, but it's not called the markets in the show. It's called the Crossroads. And Series 4 still haven't introduced all the original ninjas together. So that's how long this show can go on for. So yeah, it's very clever with how they can do it because everybody just goes away. A bit like Thanos' snap. That's why I said it reminds me of Marvel. And it's very clever how. I've just rewatched the end of Series 1, and you haven't seen Jay, or you have and haven't, so you've got to keep your eyes for that. Pixel's nowhere to be seen. There's other ninjas that haven't been seen. So it's basically what it is. Yeah, it's like that. That's what it is. Yeah, that's how they've done that. That's why I think it's really good because you can just go, oh yeah, that's like Marvel, and then where you've got other tournaments, instead of it being tournament to the death and other bits and pieces like that, they've obviously toned it down, but clearly they've copied it from like a Mortal Kombat Marvel-esque type thing for other little bits and pieces. It's quite dark as well, so it is very good, and it's obviously the sets are selling out, everything's doing done. Yeah, off by a stud. Well, I don't know if I'll return in that one, but that leads us on to the next thing. What Marvel set's going to be coming out at the end of this year? Just going to get her to go down. Come on, you're hungry. Over there. Go on. Come on. Okay. Come on. Go. There we go. She is down the loft ladders now. He just needed some encouragement. That's what it was. Right, we're back in the game. Yeah, so that's it. There's going to be no new Marvel modular this year. There's nothing going with Doomsday, which is bizarre. R2, which R2 you after? There's a fair few R2s. You got to narrow that down a little bit, Lego King. You got to narrow that down a little bit more. That would be a little bit more helpful if you could. Where is sticker front door? Sticker front door. That bit there. Found that all by myself. I did. Sean the black, the blue one. Helpful. Oh dear! Imagine if they texted the Lego minifigures clothes like they do in the show. Yeah, well, that they could put some artwork stuff in there. Have you seen the Ninjago Legends short on YouTube? Because there's two sets out at the moment. It's the big green dragon and the big Kai mech. It's like a 11-minute episode. It's 3 short films, and it's all in black and white with really rich color for like the headbands and stuff, and it's clearly the same as the old Turtles thing, and it's sort of telling a little bit of a story just after the merge happened, so it might give you an understanding of just how dark certain bits can be. And that's a very, very quick thing. But there's 2 sets out at the moment. They're both retiring. And those sets are pretty cool as well. Yeah, they are rather decent. Yeah, that's it. That sort of gritty style, I thought that was a really good take. I'd like the mech. I think that mech would be pretty cool. Like I said, I had no reasoning to get the mech, but I thought, well, actually, that's a really posable thing. But that's literally linking. That is telling the story of he's trying to get back from the merge, and Wu is trying to guide him or not guide him or whatever it'll be, and that carries on. That carries on all the way through Rising Dragon. Hopefully they will do. There's a fair few things that there's a lot of stuff that they can still do. Quite easily still do that they haven't done. So yeah, I think they might give us a lot more stuff, but it's just when, isn't it? It's just when are they going to? They're going to take the time with it because there's so many sets they can do. I think you might get the fanciest figures in a Rising Dragons big set. I think that's what they'll end up doing. If they're going to give us. They'll do that first, and then you'll be able to get it. They'll do like a Star Wars, won't they? They'll put it in the expensive sets to start with, because they fully well know that there's people that like these. They're not stupid, are they? So they know what they're going to be doing with all of those little bits and pieces. Sean just says the blue one, and he's gone quiet again. I'm now confused again, Sean, with regards to what's blue. Pokemon that you're collecting, or Sonic, or something. The blue one. It's a bit cold. It's a bit cold if it's blue. How have I got those left? Oh, there. That's easy enough. Because I haven't put them on the thing. That'll explain why I've got those 2 pieces left. The blue R2. Ah, right, yeah. the UCS one, the other one, which one are we talking about? Remember the Ninjago set? Billand was the gold minifigs. Was the old set? Can't remember who. Yeah, so that was a 10th year. Yeah, that was the 10th year. So they're now doing 15th is all these masters, which have never ever been done before. So that's a pretty cool way of doing it. And then you had the 10th year anniversary. Now, this year, I am going to be picking up, if I can, get the staff Ninjago Temple, which has all of those golden characters in it. So if you didn't realise that there is a Ninjago 10th anniversary staff present that you can actually pick up. And yeah, that's on my radar. There's a lot of things on my radar. It's just if it will ever happen. I'll have to sell a kidney or something. Got to do something. But I'm getting my length. This shape now is really different. So this is looking very, very nice with regards to all of the different shapes, all of the different texture. Really very smart. This is definitely the most detailed piece on the last one. So that's looking really, really smart. Hey, I almost finished the Rivendell set. You can't go wrong with that. How long is that taking you to do? Because that is a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous looking thing. So the Rivendell, in case anybody doesn't know what a Rivendell set is, clearly what the Rivendell is. I'm sure. If I do that, you can have a look at the eyeball at the same time. So there it is. Possibly the nicest looking set out at the moment, would we say? I think we can all agree that this is one of the most beautiful sets that they've done in recent time, and I can now officially say that I am looking at it, and I am looking at it like it is in the photo, and it hasn't been like that for a long, long time. I do like looking at it through the Dungeons and Dragons dragon as well. So that does need a bit of TLC. That does need. Don't tell my secrets, John. I was just wondering if anybody needed a kidney, and then I would source one. But yeah, my tip needs a bit of attention because it's all. I had to take the top off to fit it into the Kallax, and of course it all broke. But the trees are looking half decent. The bend over bridge is looking all right, and then you've got all the other little bits and pieces. Obviously, that's 3 bits, but it's a gorgeous set. So congratulations on tucking into that one. Have you enjoyed the build though, Jane? That's the main thing. Oh, here we go. Oh, I should not. Been working on it for about a week. You can't go wrong. Jay's now using me as a toilet break. John's still not built his Rivendell, one of the nicest looking ever. Well, you and Jay's got something in common. You both own one of the most beautiful sets ever, and you've both got it gathering box. So don't break the U-bend. One brick stud. How are we? Hopefully you are fit and well. 3. I should learn this SKU number by now. 3, 1, 2, 1, 3. I knew it. It is. Oh, you know what? We might all have to chip in for you, Sean, and get this for you as a Christmas present. We'll put like £1 in each, and you can build it and then take it apart and then rebuild it again. But it does not look like there's as many pieces as what there are, because you have the joy of 1,500 pieces in that set. So that is there you go. But so is that your first one, Jane, or have you got any of the others? Because the Rivendell is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I've got the ball just there, so I've got the eyeball just over there as well, and that's a great build as well. So, how are you on Brickstud? Have you? Actually, you finished your markets now. How did your good lady get on with the gardens? Is that finished and done? Oddly, Aaron's wearing Lloyd's mat. Yeah. So it basically, yeah. Doesn't wash it for years. Didn't realise it can be washed either. So, what episode are you watching? Are you actually watching it in the background now? I can give you live commentary as you go through. I can explain where it all comes from in case you don't know the back history of it. But yeah, he wears it. It's like a random mask thing. Right, Cole. Here we go. But no, the Lord of the Rings stuff is. I'm on it. Yeah, I want play by play. So we're going to get play by play from Audley, and then I can reiterate what's going on because I obviously seen it a few times. But yes, he's obviously you've now just seen what happens with the merge bit and how it all comes in. Oh, what you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with that at all. If you are going to, because you've done that at the right time. If you are a Lord of the Rings fan, just remember the Shire is retiring first. So just be weary if you are wanting to collect all of them. It's due. It's not retiring until end of mid 27. So you've got time. The Eyeball and the Rivendell and the other one that's coming out this year, Minister Earth, will be out longer. The merge is merging. Oh no, the merge is merging. You're getting a merge quake. Not good. Oh, you're quite far into. Oh, that's why you're asking the questions at the start then. Ah, right. Yeah. So, yeah, Baby Ryu is exactly the same as the child from Star Wars. That's basically what they've done. So that's why he's such a lovable dragon. One brick stud. My favourite figs, from what I believe to be HP. But I have to say, Dreams has the best overall. I said this at the start. Dreams is slept on. I didn't even mean that as a joke when I said it either. Has to be one of the best overall. HP tends to produce the most exclusive figures, yeah, and features the most obscure characters. Very true. Yeah. So you got the depth of Harry Potter. And then you've obviously got the Dreams itself. They've got those translucent pieces in there. They've got really, really bright bits and pieces. I think the One Piece figures do look smart, and that they're holding on. But now it's all with 31 votes in, and Dreams is winning just. No, sorry, it's not. One Piece is now taking the lead. So this poll just keeps changing. Everybody that's liked the video so far as well, thank you very much indeed. But yeah, that's it. I agree. I think to be fair, that's why I did do what I did, because I can't put Star Wars in that poll because it's never going to get a vote, because it is what it is. And the Ninjago figures aren't fair because there's 1,000 of them now. So if anybody knows anything about them, I can't put an Ninjago thing because it wins for depth, color, print. So I just thought, no, let's just do some different themes, keep mixing and matching it up. And I don't think Dreams gets enough attention at all. I think even the set, like you've got the Butch Grandma. The Butch Grandma is ridiculous. She's like the hench one. But no, the Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Rings figures, obviously, there's a lot of them now, so they do look good. And of course, you've got a good selection of them in the Shire that is being built. So that is a good flex to be building that. I love Dreams, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings minifigures. Oh, if you can only vote for one, what would you vote for? That's the thing. Well, that's true. She is great, and her clear, translucent lightsabers do look very, very good. It might be slightly different voice actor, but you've only heard him for like 10 seconds though. It's right at the end of episode 1. It's probably because you've watched the original season, so the voices change because that's his voice after something happens, but you haven't got to that part yet. From what I can gather, if you've only seen series 1, Lloyd's like that big, isn't he? But like, I think it's somewhere through series 2, they get attacked by something and they go through a time thing, and then he's the same age as everybody else. So he's basically hit puberty, and his voice is now changed. But his voice has been like that for probably 12 seasons. But I don't think you've just got there. So that's why it's probably weird for you. But yeah, because Lloyd catches up with the other ninjas, so he's only shorter than the others for a small period of time. No, so he's only like a little tiny one until you get to the episode of where they all go through a time portal, and Lloyd grows up, and then since then his voice changes. The voice actor changed as well. Because they went in a different direction, but that was years ago. The movie was obviously completely different. He's a kid. That explains so much. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Lloyd is teeny tiny, and then he grows up. So. But yeah, it's a weird episode, that, because it reminds me. I said this before. It reminds me of the Simpsons character with the comic book store. They go to a comic book store, and everything breaks. I want to say it's around before they did the Ninjago markets, and he catches up with everybody. Yeah, I did the same, Jane. I did the same. I watched the movie, and I thought, like, Garmadon with his 4 arms, when you actually meet Garmadon, he's like, oh, he's actually a normal person. They just changed it all for the film. But yeah, so depending on what you've seen and depending on if you've watched all the series or not, you've got 13 seasons of the Masters of Spinjitzu, and then the Rising Dragons happen. But it's yeah. Well, when you actually get to that point, it all makes sense. Well, that's very true. Yeah, that is very, very true. He was. The cool thing is about this, it has the two characters in it, so it's got young Garmadon and young. It's got the young Wu, and it's actually got in the picture of him going into the underworld, which in the Blacksmith is the pilot episode of what actually happens. So yeah, you can see all of it gets told, but it just depends if you want to watch the Rising Dragons first, so it doesn't spoil any of the sets that are coming out, or just crack on with the other bits and pieces. But no, you'll get used to Lloyd's voice like that, because Lloyd's voice basically breaks. It's a pretty cool episode actually, and he's just older, and then he learns all the elemental powers, and then of course, if you notice, the minifigures then stop having all of their golden weapons in minifigure form, because you don't need them anymore. So there we go. Well, that's it. You've seen more Star Trek than Ninjago. Jay's only ever seen one episode of the Rising Dragons. That's it. You know, there's years and years and years of programming. He's seen 2 episodes of Star Trek. That's it. Madness. Absolutely madness. Did you see the pictures, the ninja display in the tea area? Yes. Yeah. So those pictures, I know what you're talking about. I'll get it up on the Lego website for everybody. We'll do a show and tell and share. So there we go. We'll do a show and tell of Ninjago. We'll share about with everything. So the greatest set ever made, apparently. Hey, Smudge. So Ninjago. This is where now things are going to get a bit chaotic, because Smudge has come up, and he's a bulldozer in this room, and he's not careful, everything's going to break. So in the back of the 15th anniversary Blacksmith, everything's perfect. Now, this is used in the pilot episode, but the parents aren't there. The parents are in a flashback. So in case you're wondering, this is actually quite important. And then this is where you meet all the elemental masters and blah, 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 blah. But have they got it on the back end? In the... No, I'm looking, that's completely the wrong set, isn't it? The stickers are involved on the other one. That one. In the tea room on the back. Give me a smudge. Yes, come on. Come and say hello. Come on, bulldozer. Come on, come here. Hello. That's it, get in the box. You can get in the box. So on the back of the tea room, just on this bit just here, you have got the pictures on the back. Now, these pictures are in the pilot episode. It's where it's Wu and Garmadon goes to the underworld. And that's what that's representing. And obviously, this is part of the monastery. So that happens in the original pilot episode. There's 2 pilot episodes available on ITVX from the UK if you want to watch them. But you need to watch both of them to get the understanding of what is going on. And Lloyd isn't in the pilot episode, so don't forget. So Lego King's backlog is mad. I'm trying to keep an eye on my minifigures because I've got hundreds of them. What, you're trying to keep one eye on 100 minifigures? Jay needs 2 eyes on all of his flipping toy collection he's got. It's ridiculous. Ultrabrick said the D&D figures are pretty decent, but not many. No, they did do the CMFs, didn't they? They could have done some more stuff, but I don't know if they... I mean, to be fair, they could do another D&D set, really, if they wanted to, but I don't know if they will. Well, there isn't any adverts on the kids stuff, because it literally, I watch it after 8 o'clock and they don't put an advert in it because it's the age demographic isn't watching the show then. So you literally just hit play. It gets to the halfway mark. It says this program is sponsored by Lego City. This program is sponsored by Lego City, and it plays the next bit. So I watch the whole thing. There's no adverts after like 8. So I can just binge watch it. It's really, really easy. there's just adverts when you first hit play before the first episode, and then if the episodes just daisy chain back to back to back, they don't put any episodes in, any adverts in after a certain time. Yeah, go on. Go on. That's fine. Yeah. Go on. Go on. Go on. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, obviously you can watch it on. You could watch it on Netflix if you wanted to, but they haven't got the pilot episodes on Netflix. That's the thing. That was smooth, wasn't it? They haven't got them on there. He did, yes. And it is, yes. Yep. So that's Ryu for you. Well, there's everything on it though. That's the stupid thing. Like if you go into that, like you would just watch all the cartoons from a cartoon fan. They've got every single Lego product ever on there as well. All the seasons of Dreams are on there. Every single episode of Ninjago's on there. You got Chima. You got all of them. Every single Monkey Kid. All of those are on there. Yeah, you can. There is supposed to be new Lego coming from One Piece this year. I have seen some sort of rumored list, but of course it's always rumors and people just making it up. Basically, probably thinking what it is they want. I want you in my brick YouTube Discord. How do I do that? And we can sort that. Because I don't. Somebody else said, have they got Discord? I haven't. I just usually, because I got asked by somebody else so they could jump on. But if I need to set something up and get the technology, I can do that. It's not a problem. Can do that because I've been asked by a couple of others as well to jump on other things. I haven't got what they've got. So Shaun the Sheep is under construction. Uh-oh. What is under construction? Is it your Lord of the Rings display? Yeah, so let me just go back up. So Ryu looks exactly like the figure. Also, Jay has a darker shade. Well, you haven't met Jay yet. You haven't met Jay yet, oddly. Not yet. Well, you kind of have, but then obviously you've just got those two with Lloyd, haven't you? So yeah, you don't meet Jay for a long, long time. Poor Jay. The Jay. That's all right, Lloyd. Yeah, he's got a slightly different colour on. Yeah, Lloyd's the first one you meet. I like it. I've been tested. I don't mind it. We don't like false information on this channel, so it's okay. But yeah, Jay says there's One Piece has 1,000+ episodes. I think Netflix has the other as well, don't they? From One Piece, so there is opportunity for them to carry on with this. And as we think they've got a deal with Netflix, Lego and Netflix, that is. You can see how tall this is starting to get now. That it wouldn't surprise me if more bits and pieces would arrive. And we were saying that we don't know if the floating fish boat from One Piece would add or take away from the Ninjago display, because I could have used it as a restaurant to the roller coaster. Don't worry about that. Just call them by the color. Just use it as a backup. Oh, the green one. You know that green one. That's what you need to be. Yeah. Because people don't know, do they? You could call them anything you want to, and they're not gonna. People don't really care too much. I mean, nobody listens to a single thing I say anyway. We've had this discussion on the way up to the Bristol store. Nobody ever listens to anything I'm saying. Nobody paid attention to me that the Creel House was going to be the same size and scale as that Stranger Things set just over there. No, it's going to be the same size as a modular, apparently. Yeah, Billy. You could call him Billy. See how long you could make that last for. So I want to know how far through Jane is on Rivendell. How many bags have you got left? Yeah, if you want pure facts, just get me on Zelda, because Link is a great character, very, very expensive. Had a bit of a wrong print, I do believe, on that. And then supposedly the next Zelda is going to be like a big art form, but I don't want to gloat too much, obviously. Don't want to be gloating. Don't want to be gloating too much. I can only give a certain amount of information away in the stream. He says if it can actually, not done a thing again. Great, there we go. Put those two on. But again, all of these full print, coal, everything. There's what I don't understand is that you have got on the Lego website right now huge information for Zelda, just saying coming soon. Not huge information, but they've done a thing on there. Whereas this flipping smart brick had a full-blown countdown like the Stranger Things did. And Zelda's like, I'm coming out at some point. I'm sure there's loads of Nintendo fans that would like to know more information. Bag 42. So there you go, Jay and John. You've got to tuck into your Rivendell because you need to get on the old Rivendell because it is gorgeous. And Winnie the Pooh. Let's have a look. You can't go wrong with Winnie the Pooh. What do you now want it for? For what reasoning do you want this? We've heavily looked at this. It's probably one of the biggest upgraded sets from the original Lego Ideas submission. Minifigures are fantastic as well. The back end splits open, so you can obviously slide the characters in. You've got the honey pots on the one side, you've got all the different bits and pieces on the other. You can see all the detailing that's in there. You've got the poo sticks at the top, you've got the honey bits, you've got the curtains. Curtains are very, very similar to how they did the Flintstones with the bed and everything. So that looks smart. You've got the little the clock, you've got the bees and all the honey, and then further up at the back, you've got the elements for the trees. Potentially, they might actually do the trees differently now because they've got the the three-prong one that are now starting to use, like the slightly bigger leaves. So the trees, I remember doing the trees on a live stream on Instagram, and it started to do my noggin in because it was exactly the same. And there was loads of elements, but the end result is great. I do really like the honey up. So yeah, that's a very, very smart looking, set. Very random that you now suddenly want something like that, sir. But yeah, highly agree. It's a great looking thing. The Eeyore is very cute. Yeah, Tigger I like as well. Tigger's good. The Eeyore though, it's a shame that you couldn't have like a. Obviously, you couldn't do it, but almost like a happy face rather than just depressed all the time, because you'd have been like, "Come on, Eeyore, smile." It's like no, not having that. Even with its little pink bits, it doesn't like it. All 16 realms came together. Yes. So funny enough, that isn't it? So all 16 realms that you would have seen in the first Masters of Spinjitzu, you now see all of the characters. Hence why the Ninjago markets was slept on, because people didn't realize that was the case. But the Ninjago markets is what they call the crossroads in the TV show that you're watching. So there we go. And this is literally the same shape as the Spinjitzu, the Air Jitsu set, sorry, and it is the same color scheme. It's the same red, it's the same green on the one side as well. So this is getting very, very big, massive amount of detail on this. Favorite theme. So I've always gone by, if I have to sell absolutely everything and only keep one thing, I'd have to go for the Winter Village. If I could keep two things, it would be the Winter Village theme and the Ninjago theme, only from a building perspective, because the Ninjago stuff is so nice to build. But like dotted around, I've got stuff all over the place. Really, it's a theme park in process. But yeah, I've got all of those little bits and pieces, and then it just kind of wraps around and it does whatever. You can see the big T-Rex skull over there in the corner, and then it wraps around, and you've got all of the Ninjago bits and pieces on the back wall. I've got all the big sets, and it carries on going around. I've got the coaster on the one side, and then in the Calaxes, I've got like the modulars and stuff. So I would go for, if I had to keep everything, it'd be the Winter Village stuff, because that'll get used every single year. And then from a color build minifigure perspective, it'd be Ninjago, because these are just amazing to put together. But I have got obviously stuff around, so it's just, these are like the original Ninjago city and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I would say the original Ninjago City modular that came out for the movie is as good to build as the Rivendell because of the colours and everything that I use, and it's just amazing. It's completely different because you've got to remember when that set came out. But obviously, the Rivendell in modern times is gorgeous. The Apocalypseburg is good fun to build up as well. But same question for everybody. What is everybody's favourite theme? If you could only buy one theme for eternity, or say for the next 2 years, and you had to sell all the other bits and pieces or put it back into storage and couldn't display it, what theme would you keep? Because that's how you got to look at it. What would you go for? So Jay says, want to add it to the Disney Forest display after doing yesterday's Forest 6-inch. I'm just going to leave it there. That's all that needs to be said. Well, this is very true. Yeah, you would be sad. Fabuland, yeah, but do you know the history of Fabuland? That's the thing. Do you know the history of it? All right, all jokes aside, my favourite themes are Ninjago, Marvel, then City. Yeah, Snow White is on my Steal Matt's version list. Yeah, so basically, Jay has a list of stuff that he's either going to steal, or if I killed over, he's going to take. And the sets that Jay's going to take if I suddenly end up keeling over on a live stream, for whatever reason, is the Ghostbuster Firehouse and the Snow White's Cottage that is just down on that bit just there. So it is on the list. So Lord of the Rings for Jay makes sense because it's what got him. Lord of the Rings is what got Jay into Lego, but has still not built Rivendell. So you need to sort that out because the eyeball you've got built is fantastic. Sean says Duplo. Now, to be fair, I would imagine, apart from, well, even Jay probably had it as well. We've all tinkered with a bit of Duplo when we were teeny tiny. Probably can't quite remember it, but I would imagine it would have been a important bit because the amazing thing is of course the Technic being such a money spinner for the Lego group, and it's in the top 5. But every time, especially from a UK perspective, you never ever want to get it full price. But maybe that's why it sells so well, because people just get it when it's cheaper. Maybe. This is getting taller. Rose mum is saving the Destiny spell. You're that bit. Yeah. Yeah, you got all the dragons to come now. Yeah, so the D&D, like the size of the dragons and all that kind of stuff is basically what we're talking about in Ninjago. They're that big or bigger. But no, that D&D stuff, really, really, really nice. All the minifigures that they've added in, they could do a lot more. I think a lot of people like the trains, a lot of people like the Bricklink stuff, a lot of people like all of those sort of different bits and pieces, don't they? So yeah, there's she doesn't show up for a while. No, she's series 2, I think. Yeah, she's series 2. So like I said, they can drag it out. Well, this is it. I've got a Duplo set, George. It's safe and sound. It is safe and sound. Don't you worry, Jay. It is still. It's not being sold on. I have it. Yeah, the Fabuland stuff is pretty cool. I've seen a big Fabuland world at the Lego house in Billund because I basically used to go over there for 4 times a year over to the Lego house. And now they've got all this debacle with the flights, and I'm actually having a look at the flights today. Right. The cheap, so I used to be able to get to Billund return for £20. Now the cheapest I can get it for is 130, and it's going with a different airline, and it's a slightly different way. So it's a right royal swine. But it's just because that one airline now isn't doing it anymore. So little bit of a shame because you used to be able to get there first thing in the morning and then not leave until 9 o'clock at night. So you could either go to the Legoland park for a day, or you could go to the Lego house. And don't forget, the Lego house has all the exclusive Lego sets as well. So they've got the big upscale pirate. They've got all the other little bits and pieces that are out and about and available. But now it's just a bit more expensive to get to. Well, there is a Peppa Pig Land. Yes, there's a Peppa Pig Land opening up at certain places in the UK. And Peppa Pig Land is a Merlin IP, isn't it? So kind of makes sense. It's BA, yeah. But there's a couple, but BA is the only one that's direct. BA was always available, but you used to be able to go super, super cheap from Stansted, but now you got to go Heathrow. But if you, I was looking at flights for like February, March, April, and the cheapest I can find is 120. And the flights land at lunchtime and leave in the evening. So you have to spend at least one night there now. So it's completely changed everything. So John says if he was to keep one thing, it'll be modulars, and then Harry Potter will be next, and everything else will get cut off. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, the modular is kind of it's under the icons range, but it's technically its own theme because it comes out once a year. You only get one set, and they all connect. So, well, I have been to Canada once. There is people over there that I do meet up with from time to time, and I have been asked to go over there this year for a show. So I might be coming over to Canada this year, but the problem is the World Cup that is going to be happening this year with regards to the cost of absolutely everything, because the Americans are hosting it, the Mexicans are hosting it, and America is hosting it. That's if it even carries on, to be honest, with just everything that is happening with the world at the moment. And I don't want to go anywhere near anything while that's up and running. Once that disappears and goes away, then I might consider it. Jay says, yes, saw loads new on eBay for 115. Or best offer, not too bad. That is obviously the Winnie the Pooh that we are talking about on that one, I'm assuming. Best grab one sooner rather than later before they start creeping up, yeah. Because I would imagine those minifigures are quite expensive. I would imagine they would be quite expensive. Well, no, I'll wait because you're not going to have the World Cup in Canada for long. It's going to be potentially in the States for a lot longer. But the amount of fans that are now banned from it, I think it's going to be one of the worst World Cups in history, to be quite honest. And the president of UEFA is basically digging himself into a hole, and that's why I am amazed that Lego is doing a World Cup line, not a football line, but actually getting into bed with FIFA. It's like, whoa. So I wonder if these will be a really short run thing. So yeah, there'll be it's going to be a fruity experience, I do believe. Fruity experience. But I have a client of mine that said that if he just wanted to watch, you got to package flights, 3 games in the group stage from here over, and it was £22,000. And people that if England get to the final, it's going to be over £50,000 to do it because it's everything spiked. So it's ridiculous. It was over in the UAE 4 years ago, and it's like 80 times more expensive in the States. Mad. Yeah, Ultra is saying the same. I'm quite surprised they did for obvious reasons. So it's nothing to do with the countries that are hosting it. It's just the stigma that's been happening for the last few years. So it's very political, basically. And I didn't think Lego would be getting involved in that kind of thing. So I think they might be regretting their decision, to be honest, with what might end up happening with everything that's going on. Because I don't know if you guys and girls are actually ready for the volume of people that are going to be trying to get into the countries, because there is going to be hundreds of thousands of people trying to get in at the same time. I just bought that didn't take long. So Oddly's already bought a minifigure. Where are we? Yeah, Loy's kicking backside in the army. Yeah, Raz. Yeah, he is Emporium. Yeah, Raz starts from Emporium anyway. And then it's also the Wolf Moon in the second series. Anything you'd want to see or do in Canada? Lego stores. I'd love to do a Lego store tour. I managed to see 1 or 2 Lego stores when I went to Canada last. And I used your Subway stuff. And there is actually, if you want to see them, there, if you go into my Lego store folder, there is some Lego stores from Canada in the video from a couple of years back. So I'd love to see those again. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, so that'd be pretty cool. Sean's like, I hope we can. Yeah, we can watch it from afar, can't we? That's what we can do. We can watch it from afar. But yeah, basically, people have been priced out of it. That's what they're doing. They've just been completely priced out. So it's just one of there it is. One of those. Where is this? Oh, it's down there. Oh, there's loads of removable panels. I am never going to remember that these things are here. That's pretty cool. So I've got a couple of removable windows. So removable window up at the top. There's another one lower down. Yeah, honestly, I warn you. I do warn you, but it's worth doing so you don't get spoiled by the Lego sets. But honestly, go back to the beginning and watch all of them, because you're going to miss stuff, because they're going to be talking about stuff that you wouldn't have seen because it links. But at the same time, if you don't want this stuff to be spoiled, because there's bigger spoilers coming from the Lego sets than what there is with the references that they speak about. So yeah, it is great. Oh, so my favorite Lego store I've been to, from Jane, says Amsterdam, Barcelona, and New York. See, I'd love to do a New York hop, because what I want to do is I want to land in New York, bugger off to the Legoland Park, which is supposed to be New York, but it's freaking miles away, so that's not a thing. And then come back and do sort of all the stores that they've got over in New York, because they've got a huge one over there that I've seen, which looks great. And then all the others that they've got, and use the subway system just for like a weekend. I'll just stay there. I'll go to the Legoland Park for 1 night, 2 days, New York for 2 days, and come home, just like a long weekend. That's what I'd like to do. Favorite Lego store for me? Oh, it's got to be one of the Legoland parks. So either Legoland California or Legoland Malaysia. Both of those were amazing because of the dioramas that they had in there. So yeah, maybe that'll be what I would say. Right, we are definitely not going to get this finished this evening, but we'll do at least another bag. We'll do one more bag, and then we'll throw in there. We'll throw in the towel. I'll have to finish it. I'll finish this at a later date, which is fine. Nothing on the Cardiff store. Well, is the Cardiff store better than the? Is the Cardiff store better than the Crib store? Yeah, that's it. It's good. Welcome back. Both of you are back. That's it. Both of you are back. Can't go wrong. Welcome back, Nick. Welcome back. Not Rob. So yeah, good. Glad you're both back. Welcome to everybody. Thank you everybody that's liked the video so far, and of course taking part in the poll as well. So very, 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 very kind. But yeah, it's worth doing because the animation progresses and the voices change over the 13 seasons, and it all makes sense. And then obviously what you're watching now is much more modern stuff. My name's reverse. I'm not going to be able to, unless I've got a mirror. I'm not going to, my brain can't compute that way. Still building one from yesterday. Well, Nick, can't go wrong with that. That's a nice looking set. So hopefully you're having fun with it. I'm not too sure. I do get slightly worried with Jay from time to time. Sean's like, hello, reverse. You beat me to it. Bugger. Damn it. I should have thought of that. I'm not too sure if Jay's still stuck on the toilet. Because if you notice, Jay gave the toilet symbol, said a few things, and hasn't let us know if he's got off. So hopefully he's okay. Yes, Jane, I can help you. I can literally be your tour guide if you want. Land at the airport. You come out a big sliding door, turn left, walk in a straight line, walk past the airport, turn left, and then straight in front of you is the Legoland Park. You walk up about 10 minutes. Funny enough, turn left because you walk around the airport. You have got the entrance to the park, then you've got the massive castle, then you've got the main hotel, and then over to the left-hand side is your accommodation. There's 8 different hotels over there. You've got a park that walks through the park. That would take you then to the Lego house in the centre of Billund. And I highly recommend the bakery. I went there 4 times a year for like 3 years. The videos are all over this channel. So I've done full walk. So I've done full walking vlogging videos from the airport to the parks to the house, how you cut through the sculpture bit. I honestly could be your tour guide. So if you need, honestly, any information whatsoever, I will help. But I could not believe how amazing the Legoland Park is in Billund, but the Lego house is there. So that's where you want to go. So the theme park itself is massive. The Legoland Park is great. The Miniland's bigger. Everything's nice. You know, it's just incredible there. The you could fly to Billund, stay at the hotel, and go to the Lego house and go to the park for the same cost as just staying at the UK hotel at Legoland. So it's just not worth staying at the one in Windsor. You could just go because the main hotel is enormous, but you've also got the outdoor cabins, which are amazing. You've got the barrels, which are much smaller, and then you've got the big cabins. The cabins are really nice because they've got the showers on site. The barrels don't have a shower, but you can obviously, it's like a bit like glamping, but it's all really warm, all really, really, really nice. And then you get all the fresh linen and fresh bedding that they go there. But the models that are dotted around is incredible. You've got the crazy golf that's over there as well. As you walk around, if you come out of the entrance of Legoland Billund and you literally turn right, over the road there's something called Lalandia. Now Lalandia has a huge water park for kids and adults, steam rooms, saunas, huge like plunge pool slides, loads of stuff. That's like a whole afternoon you can spend there. But inside Lalandia there's also a really nice Lego store. You can go ice skating, bowling. It's just incredible. It's basically a centre parks. That's what it is, because they have all of their accommodation for it elsewhere, but you can just go in and use it. So it's basically the accommodation for everybody that's staying at Lalandia. When you go into Billund, you've got the actual Lego store that's there. You go down and you've got the Lego store that's at the Lego house. There's another Lego store in Billund itself. Bearing in mind, Billund to get from one side to another is like a 10-minute walk, so it's not exactly big. And then you've got a 20% off Lego store at the airport as well. You've got exclusives at the Lego house, and you have got exclusives sometimes at the Lego airport. So yeah, let us know. Honestly, I can tell you what hotels to stay at, where to go, where the easiest places are to walk. It's really not a problem, but if I couldn't recommend it enough, put it that way. Yeah, could not recommend it enough. He's hunkering down. Hello, reverse. He's hunkering down. Yeah, Ryo's mum's like, bye. Yeah, Ryo doesn't care, doesn't it? I found a Lego set I can build. Happy days. What is it you got reverse? What are you building for yourself? No need to watch the series with it. Exactly. Really, you can't go wrong with it, Sean, can you? That's exactly that. It's now cheaper for a return trip to Japan than Disney World. Yeah, I've heard that as well. So for anybody to get to from America or different states, I think, with the packages. Let's have a look. 75221. Do you have this? Let's have a look. See, 75221. 75221. But yeah, all the videos are under the Billund playlist. Oh, what a cool thing that is. I'm not going to lie, I have not seen this set before, I don't think. Oh, it's unreal. Unreal, Jane. It really is. You could easily spend, depending on the time of the flights now, you could land at lunchtime, go to the Landia, spend the afternoon there, spend one night, wake up, all day at the Lego house, spend another night, all day at the Legoland Park, come home, done. Absolute living the dream. You could go there Friday, come back Sunday evening, and you are absolutely fine. So this is the set in question. Has anybody bought this? Because this is from the movie, isn't it? If I remember. I do believe it is from the famous movie. So I don't know if people like this one or not, but I have not seen this box artwork before. So that is a cool looking thing. You've got the nice little minifigures that are with it as well. The minifigures look great. So yeah, enjoy that. you can't go wrong with the shuttle. You can see you got the nice minifigures in it. Yeah, if you give it a go, if you're into those things, give it a go. Building the arcade machine, yeah, the arcade machine's really nice as well. But the red, the smaller red one that you're building, because that's got, I like that on the inside of it actually. The arcade machine's really nice. Arcade machine. Yeah, so it's this one, I do believe, is what you are building. Let's have a quick look. So it is. Yes, as it's all dark. Yeah, so Brickford, I do believe, was building this one yesterday to add into his retro arcade shelf, going with the NES and the Pac-Man and all that kind of thing. But I like this one because it opens up and you've got all the cool stuff on the inside. You've got loads of Easter eggs, haven't you? So we were saying what all these Easter eggs are to do with, and I'm sure somebody's broken all of it down. But no, I think that on the inside of it, I think it's a really nice looking thing. And of course, it's the first, well, it's one of the only times, apart from getting some of the figures with the bank set from years gone by, that you don't have to buy everything with a 100 stud note. But yeah, very, very nice. So yeah, hopefully you're enjoying that and putting it all together okay. And it's a nice color scheme as well. I think it's a real nice looking set overall. I think Jay's been swallowed. I think he's gone. A new UCS Imperial shuttle in 27 would be good. Yes, it would be. Movie sounds like Austin Powers. Yeah, well, you know, it's yeah, the red one. Yes, that is a nice set. Oh, I don't know if they've done any Austin Powers stuff. I don't think they have they? And which Austin Powers film would that be relating to? What do we think that would be? I'm building the roof. I'm building a roof. Might be building the roof at the top of it. This might be the top. I don't know if this is going to be the maximum height or not. Can't visualize what shape this is going to be. Oh, it might be the very, very top. 1032. I will have a look after I put some more of these pieces together, because there is some really nice Lego sets out and about and available at the moment. And as we know, it's just what it is you enjoy. And of course, the question's still there to everybody: what is everybody's favorite theme? So we've had Lord of the Rings. We've had all sorts of other little bits and pieces. Yeah, it's I think it might be quite a strong year for Lego, like sort of certain Lego sets this year. And I think it's going to be extremely expensive if you are into Pokemon. If you're not, because I think that's where all the money's going to be this year. Obviously, we're going to have a huge Lord of the Rings set, supposedly. But that's going to be a fortune, as we all think it's going to be. But yeah, it's just, I don't know what other IPs are going to be coming out this year. It could well do. But it depends on if people want the technology that comes with it. But I think if they're going to go for the bigger style, like the Bowser, like we were saying before, I think people are going to go ballistic for it. So yeah, it all depends on time of day, Nick, all that kind of stuff. So it all depends on who's about, who's bored. Yeah, that's it, and who's basically building. That's what it all comes down to. So James says Harry Potter's my first, but no way I could sell the D&D. Yeah, that's it. But no, the second. Well, obviously you can see how nice that Rivendell set is. I don't think anybody would want to sell their Rivendell stuff, but I did say yesterday that if I had to right now sell all my Lord of the Rings stuff, I would do. And to be fair, I could sell the Lord of the Rings stuff and fund Ninjago for the next 3 years because of the price difference in the sets. So it's a very, very tempting thought, because that way I would then not actually be spending my own money twice, because I would just sell the stuff and then reinvest back into it. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I don't know if I would lose all respect from everybody if I sold my Ninjago stuff. sold my Lord of the Rings stuff for Ninjago, and it's more than likely frowned upon of trying to get rid of some of the Star Wars stuff as well. So, but it's there, so it's always nice because when you've got one of the bigger sets at any time, you can be like, actually, I'm going to get rid of it and fund something else. So it's always in the back burner, isn't it? Ideas give a good variety. Hang on. Ideas give a good variety. They do. That's why I'm completely dribbling on that. And Shaun the Sheep. Yeah, baby. Oh God. Boycotting Star Wars. Boycotting Star Wars this whole year. Well, to be honest, I was going to do the same, but a cheese might get me. But I might leave it. I might be like, no, I don't want any more cheeses in my life. I got rid of the one because it was so badly built. I got rid of the one that I really liked. But I couldn't literally move in this room because I couldn't change the room around with it in. So I have sold that, and I did sell the Falcon. So they've gone. They've disappeared. I could do that. Hang on, I will see. See what people are thinking of the smart brick, because we're how far are we in on this now? 32 votes. I can't yet because the current poll's too tight. So I'll do that on the next stream, because if a poll runs for a long period of time, you kind of get a true understanding of what people are thinking. I don't blame you, Jane, to be honest. One of the better builds that I've done is the slice behind me. But apart from that, they're diabolical. Really, I mean, there's a selective few, as we know. So, like the sail barge is nice. The ones that you think wouldn't be great are, and the ones that everybody talk about, like the Falcon and all those kind of things. As we found out in the chat yesterday, the end result is great with the UCS Falcon, but it is a headache. An absolute headache. Now, where did that just bounce to? We've had our first pinger. We've had our first ping. And I did not see where that went. I got it. I found it. I found it all by myself. I've got it. I've got it. I've been boycotting Lego Star Wars unintentionally. Always, as I've never brought a Star Wars set. Well, there we go then. But you're heavy in Disney, though, aren't you? So yeah, you're making up for it with the Disney castles and things. Did you open that yet? It takes me back. I've had a pinger. The pinger's gone. Yeah, luckily I found it. That could have been deadly. That could have been a disaster, that pinger. I think I've done it. I have. I think. Yes. Take the detail again on this. You've got a real big slope bit on the one side, but there's loads of smaller bits. Also, once I push them all in, there's loads of stuff going on there. Good evening, Brickford. How are we? Hopefully you are fit and well and not been. I can hear the rain on this roof, so might be floods in the morning. Orion asks, do you keep your big set boxes? I've dumped all of them. To be honest, I've left them all in the shed covered, because the only reason why I've kept them is for the really good review videos that I do that nobody watches, or the really pants review videos that nobody cares about. That's probably the better way of doing it. But no, I've got them all. The smaller ones I get rid of. But like the modular boxes, upward size, I've kept for now. And I've just flat packed them all. And they're just a big pile of boxes in the shed. That's it. But all of the smaller stuff, they just get launched. And that's a question to everybody else, Ryan's asking. I want you to see what I've done. Well, if you can take some photos and email them over, if you email them over in landscape, I can share them with everybody. If you don't do it in portrait, though, your email address will show. If you have it in landscape, it covers the email address at the top. So that way you won't have anybody stalkers jumping at you. Good evening again to Brickford. The sets don't speak to me. This slice looks great. Just a tiny bit. Yeah. But I made a sacrifice, Jane, which you're going to be disgusted with. I think. I still kind of, it gives me a bit of a twitch when I talk about it. To be honest, I sacrificed sets for that. So I actually took back the Lion Knight's Castle. Yes, I know the Lion Knight's Castle. I took back, and I used all of my points, and literally paid nothing for it. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Unlicensed Bricks. Hi guys, finished building my old town yesterday at work. You built your. Oh, do you mean you're at work, or you finished the set at work? What was the band's name? That's what the guys with the ones that play the theme tune. Is that what you mean? But yeah, I don't know if I made a mistake though. I still don't know if I don't know if I don't know if I should have kept on to the Lion Knight's Castle or not. Because I ordered the Lion Knight's Castle and the Ninjago markets, and I tried to send the set back straight away because it took too long. It was basically on a huge back order, and they cancelled the order, but it still turned up, so I still got charged for it. And then I was like, oh, I don't know, and I ended up taking it back into store and swapping it over, and it's now on my shelf behind me. So there we go. The rest is history. The rest is history. That's the thing. So I know. No, to be honest, if you went between the two, I think we can all agree that the Rivendell over the Lion Knight's Castle, if you can only have one for space, you've done the right thing with Rivendell, I think. Sorry, can I check 10323? I can. Bear with me. I'll catch it with the chats coming through. 10323. I can. 10323. 10323. What is that? Oh, the Pac-Man. What a cool set this is. There's a few people have got this. A few people have got the Pac-Man. There's your Pac-Man. What is it you want to see about this one? This is retiring this year, though, isn't it? So if you're thinking of getting it, you're gonna have to pick it up sooner rather than later. Who was built? Brickford, were you building this yesterday, or was it Tim? Oh, sorry, not yesterday. Is this one that's already on your shelf? Because we're talking about a retro theme shelf, and I don't know if it was you or Tim, because somebody was building the Red Arcade yesterday. Right, what are we going on with this? Unlicensed Bricks. I finished the set at work, where I work at my town. Oh, fair enough. At my job, just to sit there and make sure people can dump their golf. Had 7 hours. You are living the dream with that. You can't go wrong. What name? I'm confused with Sean with the band. In the 1990s, off by Stud, I used to hang around with Robbie Williams and go down to the pub, and we started a band. Did you? Oh, fair enough. Oh, Sean says, what was the band's name? I really need to keep up with this chat more, don't I? Good evening, Brickford. Good evening to Unlicensed Bricks. And yeah, Jane says, yeah, you've done the right thing having the Rivendell. You've done the right thing. Nick says, why is the 2D? I mean, it could be a mini poster. 44331. I'll have a look at that after. Did I pay full whack for Lion Knight's Castle? Yeah, I did. So it was a huge money knocked off, wasn't it? That was the thing. No, I sent it. No, I paid for the Lion Knights. I sent the Lion Knights back. This is why I think people are going to go mad. I literally gave the Lion Knights back and took the Death Star. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I'll just do Pac-Man for a great price. That's very true. So depending if you're in the UK or not, you can get the Pac-Man for a really, really good price. I now think Oddly is now starting to enjoy the new theme tune for the Ninjago Rising Dragons, because it's very, very different to the other one. Breakfast said, already done Pac-Man. I was doing the control. Oh, you were doing the Nintendo Genesis controller. Fair enough. You can't go wrong with that. I don't know. Yeah, because I've seen the Pac-Man built, and obviously Brickford's done it. You enjoyed the build, or was it bit of a pain with the bits on the inside? So was the experience good? Right, I am literally going to be doing this roof, and then we'll be done. Never heard of them. There we go. So it's always nice to see new part elements, because they do all these different weird and wonderful pieces all the time, and sometimes they just use pieces that you've never thought of them being used that way before, which is pretty cool as well. So yeah, it's always nice to see these bits and pieces sort of come together. Where are we? And even on the roof, they're adding in all of the petals. Isn't that really very pretty? Backstreet Boys, on the other hand, oh, here we go. We're having a boy band conversation, are we? I did see. Here we go. Full of useless information. That one of the MTV things in the States closed, and the I think it was Backstreet Boys was the last ever song that they played, because it was the first ever video that they played on the channel, and 20 odd years later, they had closed that down. So there you go. Fun fact for absolutely nobody. I've never heard of Take That. I've no idea who they are. No idea. Probably not. I would imagine Backstreet Boys were a lot more energetic, potentially. Jay was a big Backstreet Boy. Jay was a big Take That fan. So when Jay's toy collection comes back into the chat at some point, just at him and ask him the question of how does he rate Take That, because that is his sort of music. He is very much into, I guess, like boy band type stuff. So, oh, Sean's just messing with you. There we go. So, Sean's now telling the truth. Look at that, all these porkies that have been told this evening. That goes in there. That is on that bit, and that is how detailed this roof is starting to get. This split is going to leak. Look. Oh, reverse is on bag 4. Fantastic stuff. I've got a handful of pieces left, and then we will be throwing in the towel. He says. Uh-oh. We've got a uh-oh. Can't be going that mad. Oh, is that the uh-oh? Have I done that wrong? Have I put a piece in the wrong bit? Wouldn't surprise me. Yes, I have. Oh, that was silly. Try that again. There we go. God, I thought, like, there's no way that piece is missing. I must have put that in the wrong bit. I did. Jane, you take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Hopefully, wherever you are in the world, it's not too wet, windy, and horrible. I'm literally going to be done in the next 5-10 minutes. So, you take care. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Sorry, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, thank you very much indeed for us. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Sean says you win the band also. Apparently so. Who's the purple hair lady that goes with Rat Richie and the other one? The name I can't remember. but she is in. You're in the scrapyard bit at the moment, aren't you? Is that the one that raced in the mech? I know. Oddly, I know who all of those are. I know who the boy bands are, so don't worry. Oh, you're in the you're at that scene already, are you? Ah, yeah. It all start to come together now. Yeah, they got the mech in pieces, haven't they? No, she's a really cool character. I don't know what set she's in though. Because that's something that they will have to do again. Like they've got so many characters that they can do. That's why it's a money pit, because they just could now just keep going with it. What the end game is going to be, I'm not too sure, because if they've got all 16 realms to go to, I'm assuming they'll go to all 16 and do one each show. But I do not know at all. I tell you what, that wind, I'm amazed actually how the stream's actually ticking over okay, because I thought this wind would just devour the internet. So when we I've probably got 20 more little pieces to put on, and then we'll be done, which is all good. Aloysius Brick says, I'm selling a few minifigures from this set on Bricklink. They're worth over 250 Canadian dollars. I can still keep the ones I like, which is wild. That's madness. And that's from obviously this set as well, isn't it? So what ones are you keeping or selling, or which ones? Because the names are on the boxes, but I can get the box up to show everybody. So they are all included within this chat, obviously. Honestly, that's it. See, just get used as a toilet break. Just get used as a toilet break, and then he's off doing his own thing. I think he might have fallen asleep on the toilet. As long as he's still watching the stream, I don't really care. Yeah, that's it. The administration agent, yeah, that makes sense. Mystique, Young Woo, and the SFM, yeah, some good value in those characters. Yeah, there is some good value in that. And obviously, they're not ones that you want in the future. Obviously, you've got some of the other sets, haven't you? Unlicensed bricks, or not so much. You don't need all of them, do you? It's a bit like, I guess it's a bit like what people do with the Star Wars stuff as well. They do all of these. They do all of those things, don't they? They sell the ones that they don't want or need. Oh, get in. They're going to fit. That's a bit chunky. What am I doing wrong with that then? On the wrong side. Oh, balls. Put it in upside down, haven't I? Put it in upside down. Idiot. Right, there we go. We're all right now. Sure. Well, I don't know if he's surfing, or if something else is sort of flowing, shall we say? There we go. You can't go wrong. It's a good way of doing it, though. It is a good way of doing it. Yeah, so I was really lucky because I just managed to walk in. I walked into the store at a different it opened day one, but it actually was not open on the 1st of January, so it opened up on the 2nd. And yeah, they had plenty of those sets available, and they had everything. So I just picked one of each, put it behind the till, made up the BAM. Don't forget, if you want any of the builder minifigures, you got to get them from the Lego store as well. So they look good. And then yeah, you're sort of living the dream, and you're all in then, aren't you? So you can't go too far wrong with all of that. Yeah, you can't go too far wrong. Is that really on the wrong side? Yeah, see, when they come back in stock, you can pick them up easy enough, can't you? Yeah, when they come back in, it's just getting them at the right time, isn't it? Because like anything else, they're such a popular thing, but it's not worth paying any extra whatsoever for those sets. So don't, because obviously we know what people are like. Do not make that schoolboy error. Do not pick up the wrong, paying more money than what you need to for it. It would just be silly. The closest Lego store to me, yeah, that's rough. Yeah. Well, because it's not available for back order yet, is it? Those sets. So when they come back in, you should be okay. But yeah, hopefully you'll be able to get them all right, because it's not the BAM stuff. I can get really, really easy, but it's obviously just there's no point me getting it to send them to anybody in the States because it costs so much money. You're almost better off just seeing if you know anybody that lives closer and picking it up from there, because it's just not the easiest thing to get, is it? Which is a shame, because those builder minifigures are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. So funny feeling. I've just been a absolute better not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. It's I have been twit. Absolute moron. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah, that'd be probably the better way of picking them up, because they're obviously really key characters. But then you might not need them, because if you're selling some of the minifigures, then you might not want them. So what's the offer, Sean? Come on then, talk to me. There's wheeling and dealing going on, so we don't mind that. What is this offer? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know. Do tell, do tell. Yeah, I know. He's got the one little hair for his beard, isn't he? It must be the beard. Yeah, there's some jokes in that. Hey, finally. Oh, come on. Stay together for me. All I want. Stay together. Ha! Did a thing. There we go. That took ages, but the roof. is slowly getting there. As long as that's right. Probably not right, but I'll soon figure it out when I've got to put it all back together again. Because you've got the extending bit on there. So it's down at the moment, and that's clipped on. So that's good. Oh, he comes in the workshop. He comes in the workshop, so you can get that one. That character is available at the moment. So if for whatever reason you did want that character, you should be able to get that easily available on Bricklink if you wanted to, just as the minifigure. Got the big old hat. It's gonna be careful. Don't start spending all your funds on other little bits and pieces. There's a lot of characters. A lot of characters. Yeah, so if you can pick up the band minifigures and licensed bricks, that'd be good to do, because they are good. But it's just being able to get them at a good price without getting charged the earth, because that's just not fun. You love Clarence. Who's Clarence? Hang on. Who have you just got? Let's share this. I don't even know who you're talking about. Oh, the green. This is what the serpentine. The green thing. Well, if you like, you're going to be in serious problems if you like snakes, because there's a whole series there's a whole play set with these in. This one, version, but this is the original show. But yeah, there's loads of those. So yeah, you're going to be really careful. Like the molds of the snakes, you're in trouble. Yeah, and the snakes are very expensive. Winter Village, talk to me. I see it. Hogsmeade. Right. What have you got? The Hogsmeade? Have you? Are you getting rid of Hogsmeade? Why are you getting rid of Hogsmeade? I know you're a deep cleanse of Lego sets, but I thought you were going to be keeping at least something. You did say it was a fire sale and everything must go, but that I wasn't expecting for you to get gone, because I thought you were penetrating Harry Potter deeper than Jay. But clearly, it's now on the reversing list, is it? Wow, just send me a DM with your reasoning. Oh, not the UC. Oh, right. Well, it's not the UCS set. Oh no. I can see you trying to palm that off to me. Not interested in that one. No. It was a good sale technique. So Sean has got the Hogsmeade Harry Potter stuff going for sale. So if anybody would like that and has not picked that up, then speak to the man, because he is at the moment, I do believe you're going all in on Lord of the Rings, aren't you? And this is where it's all coming from. So you are doing a Lord of the Rings fund. So we are funding Lord of the Rings for Sean. And there is nothing wrong about doing that at all. What is this all about? This is beautiful. That bit that goes over that bit. Look at that for a piece. Pretty cool. That bit then. into the front. Isn't that nice? Very, very, very pretty. Is that facing the wrong way? Yes. Nice. Of course, it's spin that round. Try that again. There we go. That's better. There you go. You got them both facing the right way now. And then that roof. Oh, it kicks in. Oh, the reason why it's staggered, look, is because it goes. It's the roof for this bit, and then it just sits. There we go. The Ultra Bricks agrees. Smart choice dropping Harry Potter for Lord of the Rings. Details are on the way. Would you like me to share those details? Right, get all the details in quickly because that bag is done. So there's one or two bits that I do need to make sure that is actually in properly because there's one or two bits that are on the table that shouldn't be. And then I'm going to start to wrap it up and I'm going to get some food. So I think we've not done too bad, to be fair. Nowhere near as many bags as what I did yesterday. I was much slower today. But we had an SOS at the start of the live stream, so we managed to sort that out. And it wasn't my SOS either. So we managed to do a thing for somebody else, which is absolutely fine. It was all good. But yeah, could be the smart drop. It's cheapest price for 40 for a year. Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's from the Ninjago workshop, so it's going to be expensive because that set's very expensive. So that's the problem that you're going to have. It's not a cheap set, but he's a cool character. He's only been done once in his purple form. For some reason, he didn't come with the Ninjago market, which is really silly. So he came with the workshop a year later. Yeah, so some of the workshop stuff it's the first time they've done those characters, so I can see why you're going to be going in deep on those. But guys, that's it. I am done. I am going to stuff my face. Everybody that's liked the video so far, thank you very much indeed. Up to 19, not too bad whatsoever. So the poll, after 35 votes, Harry Potter lost. After all of that, it was doing so well, and then just like yesterday, Harry Potter got overtaken just by Lord of the Rings. But if you can see now, first and second is Dreams and One Piece as a tie. So after 4.5 hours, Dreams and One Piece beat Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. That's it. So it all came about in the end. Harry Potter got beaten again, so that Harry Potter's lost 3 polls in a row. Shocking behavior. Right, guys, I am done. I think I just need to tweak a stud on this, so I'm not going to mess around doing that now. I'll do that in a different. I'll do that in the next stream. So more than likely, we'll carry on with this tomorrow afternoon. And I will get this finished, and then this will get reviewed later on in the week. So I will say goodbye to everybody now. I'll say goodbye to everybody in the chat. Take care all. Take care all. And yep. Keep it up to date with how you're getting on with your minifigure purchasing and everything else. And obviously whatever you're going to be getting up to for the rest of this evening. And I'll catch you with everybody tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye. He says. I'll try that again. Hit the wrong tab. There we go. Bye. There we go. That's it. We're back to say, right, so take care, Ultra Bricks. Take care, Reverse. Take care, everybody else.